guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. House Republicans voted early today to advance their impeachment articles against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Fox News asked Steve Scalise, a Republican from Louisiana and the House Majority Leader, if there was truly an impeachment offense or was it a Biden policy disagreement.
Well, first of all, Secretary Mayorkas' job is to protect America's homeland. He's the Homeland Security Secretary. And when 8 million people have come across our border illegally, including people on the terrorist watch list, he has failed miserably at his job.
The controversial move would make Mayorkas the first cabinet secretary to be impeached in nearly 150 years. President Joe Biden said he has decided how the U.S. is going to respond to the drone attack on a U.S. base in Jordan by Iran-backed militants that killed 3 American soldiers. When asked if he thought this retaliation would stop Iran-backed groups from attacking the U.S., Biden simply responded, "We'll see." A U.S. official said that the response to the drone attack will be carried out over several days. California is about to get hit by the Pineapple Express. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says that 2 atmospheric river storms out of the tropics will head toward the coastal state, bringing massive amounts of rain, snow, and powerful winds. Starting today, the first storm will bring California several inches of rain, along with 35-mile-an-hour winds. Not too bad. But by Sunday, a second storm will bring colder weather, significant snowfall, and very heavy rain with winds up to 70 miles per hour. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Broadway legend and Latina actress Chita Rivera has died. She was 91. Her daughter, Lisa Mordente, said her mother died peacefully yesterday in New York City after a brief illness. Rivera trained as a ballerina from a young age and went on to study at the School of American Ballet before heading to Broadway. Rivera, a singer, actress, and dancer, best known for her appearance in West Side Story, was nominated 10 times for Tony Awards and won twice. Las Vegas saying goodbye to a piece of history. The Tropicana Las Vegas opened in 1957, but it's about to close its doors forever and get demolished to make room for a $1.5 million Major League ballpark that will be home to the relocating Oakland Athletics. Oregon leaders calling for a 90-day state of emergency in downtown Portland over the city's fentanyl crisis. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek, Multnomah County Chair Jessica Vega Peterson, and Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler each made an emergency declaration citing overdoses, deaths, and fear driven by fentanyl use. Fentanyl deaths have risen significantly since 2020 in the city when voters decriminalized hard drugs by passing Measure 110. Opioid overdose deaths in the state increased from 280 in 2019 to 956 in 2022. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? That would be my cue. Well, hi there. Ready or not, it's showtime. So we can see farewell to January. You believe that? All I can say is one of the coldest months of the year is behind us now. I know, we got a ways to go. Matter of fact, Punxsutawney Phil pops his head out of the hole Friday morning. Will it be 6 more weeks of winter? I think it'll be an early spring. I don't know what the folks at AccuWeather are trying to do. They're actually trying to give Punxsutawney Phil a chance to pop his head out first. They already issued their springtime arrival forecast 2 days before Groundhog's Day. They kind of make it sound like he's going to say 6 more weeks of winter. Matters not. January behind us. February 1 for 2024 is here. So welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Would you believe if I said it's another cloudy night? Yes, clouds. I'll be so glad to see some sunshine. They tell us we will. I've got solar lights. Yeah, one in particular that's out on the flagpole. And that damn thing hasn't had sunshine in such a long time. It gets enough fractional light during the day where it does come on when the sun goes down, but it's literally out within a matter of a couple of hours. Now, on a hot summer day with bright sunshine, that thing will pretty much light that flagpole up literally all night long. Just goes to show. Clouds. Meanwhile, hope your week's going well. We made it through hump day, right? So we can actually start looking toward the weekend. Thursday coming on here. And when I say a bit of a warm-up, we had a quick Alberta Clipper system that brought another reinforcing shot of cold air to start the week. But hey, get ready. I'm looking at some of the daily record-challenging highs for today, Thursday, February 1. Here we have the breakdown, according to AccuWeather, after a brief push of cool air in the wake of that Clipper this past Tuesday. Temperatures beginning to resurge over the region. They did so this past day. Duluth, Minnesota, the high temperature mark may approach the daily record of 48 degrees, set back in 1891. High temperatures are going to be in the 50s across much of Minnesota here, and not only may set more daily record highs, we could challenge some all-time highs here. Highest temperature ever recorded in the month of January at Minneapolis was 58 degrees. I'm not sure if they broke that because we're now officially into the month of February. But I'm looking at some of the numbers. Here we have our forecast high temperatures for your Thursday, starting with Waterloo, Iowa. The record high from back in 1931, 48 degrees. Forecast high today will be 52. Wausau, Wisconsin, it's going to be close. The record was also set there in 1931 at 43 degrees. They're forecasting 42. You may tie it, you may break it. We'll have to wait and see. Same scenario for Green Bay, Wisconsin. The record was 42 degrees. Forecast high is 41 for your Thursday. Rhinelander, Wisconsin, 41, the old record from 1952. 38, the forecast high, so you may not break it. But lastly, Hayward, Wisconsin. The record would be 37, set in 1941. And again, in 1998, forecast high today, 38 degrees. So there's the warm-up beginning once again. Meanwhile, we're going to be watching, tonight, the radar scene. It's pretty quiet. Most of the country, all the action is way out west, primarily California, with heavy rainfall and lighter rains extending over into eastern portions of Washington, Oregon, parts of Nevada. But this is our next storm system, the first of several that will be bringing what they call the fire hose effect. We're going to see a lot of flooding, mudslides, roads washed out, and things of that nature for a large chunk of California over the next couple of days. But that's the system that will quickly, system number one, sweep through the southern tier of the country after a relatively quiet start for the southern U.S. Hope you've been enjoying a few days of quieter weather. Get ready as we hit the month of February. The renewal of flooding downpours and severe thunderstorms for late this week and on into the weekend as that storm works its way east from the southern plains, reaching the Gulf states. Friday into the weekend, it taps plenty of Gulf moisture, and this is going to produce a number of travel threats across the south. This, the same storm bringing the fire hose of rain, wind, and snow into California, the one that impacts the South beginning as we head into the weekend, crossing the Southwest deserts and the Rockies, arriving in Texas and Oklahoma later on Friday. Could see some damaging thunderstorms with the arrival of this system. After that, the storminess and the risk of flash flooding expands through the Mississippi Valley and the southeast over the weekend. That'll end your stretch of dry weather there. First phase of this multi-day storm will be gusty thunderstorms firing around sunset across portions of Texas and Oklahoma. Ahead of that, much of the day should be quiet for outdoor activities. Should be able to get everything done until about sunset. As all the ingredients come together, we could be talking strong to severe thunderstorms erupting across portions of central Texas starting Friday evening. Areas along the I-35 corridor, San Antonio to Austin to Dallas to Oklahoma City, as well as a few hundred miles on either side. You'll need to keep your eyes to the sky, have your weather alerts ready Friday evening into early Friday night. Biggest concern would be due to the influx of moisture from the Gulf flooding downpours. Well, we could see some storms packing hail and damaging winds, gusts maybe to 70 miles per hour. That means travelers through some of the major airports, those around Dallas and Houston where the storms will roll in well after midnight, may have to contend with flight delays and or some cancellations. Millions more will have their plans impacted come Saturday and Sunday further to the east as this storm continues to gather moisture and works into the Mississippi and Tennessee valleys and eventually much of the southeast. Looks like Saturday. Get ready for a rainy weekend. Flooding downpours will slow travelers along Interstate 10 headed through Louisiana. Locally heavy rain as far north as the Ozarks as well. Little Rock, Memphis, New Orleans, all areas that could see some of the wettest start to the weekend. It was right about a week ago. This region was subject to repeated downpours that in some cases resulted in literally a month's worth of rain in just a matter of a few days. We saw water rescues, closed highways in Louisiana. There was a bit of a silver lining, the long-standing drought condition and the low water levels along the Mississippi River that had been impacting commerce. That's all being reversed. Now, rain will not be as heavy this time around, generally 1 to 3 inches in the forecast rather than the 5 to 10 inches some areas saw last week. By Sunday, portions of the central and eastern Gulf Coast, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, will contend with some thunderstorms. The warning there, this could be an uptick in storm activity, especially toward Florida. There could be a greater risk of severe thunderstorms with damaging winds centered on portions of Florida on Sunday. Now, this is because a separate potent piece of atmospheric energy is going to be barreling eastward across the Gulf and into Florida. So these two will kind of interact again. Not only is that going to slow down travel for the second half of the weekend along the I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando, could impact some of our major televised sporting events. Fans heading to the outdoor festivities around the All-Star Flag football game at Camping World Stadium in Orlando. Be prepared for some wet weather. Further north across much of Alabama, Georgia, even parts of South Carolina, flooding downpours will be the main concern. Similar areas will see maybe 1 to 3 inches of rain. That'll be pretty common Sunday into Sunday night. Storm finally pushes off the eastern seaboard come Monday. So we're looking ahead to several days, but as I mentioned at this hour, that system that's going to bring all that weather to the southern tier is impacting California. Some heavier rains from Eureka to San Francisco. Heavy rains going to be pushing into Fresno in the next hour or so. Eventually through the night, Bakersfield all the way down to Los Angeles, and yes, even San Diego will again see some heavy rains. They right on the heels of flooding rains that they saw right about a week ago. So great to have you on board. Welcome in, Philly Dan, out of the box. Hey there. Good morning, drivers. Larry says, good afternoon. Hammer down. We're at 39 degrees, Wallkill, New York, as we're headed back to Schenectady. So here we go. Tracy headed south on Highway 59, Lufkin, Texas. Headed to the terminal, the R&L terminal in Waller, Texas tonight. I'm showing 55 degrees on the dash cam. And no rainfall at this hour. Yes, it's pretty much a clear night there. Smooth sailing for you, Tracy. Shorty, I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. It's Orlando turnaround number 2, where they're at 46 at this hour. Hello to Marianne. Hi to the overnight family. Marianne is doing well, which is good to know. Hello, Jeffrey, New York City. I'm going to have to scrap that New York City thing. He says, good morning, Steve. It's almost moving day. I think that Friday, right? Moving day, very excited. It'll be Jeffrey from Florida from there on out. Who we got? Let's see, Brian. Good morning, gang. Just playing Steel Hauler. Parked for the night in Benwood, West Virginia. Have a safe night and a good morning. Copy of the mail, 5-7 there. Bidu checks in. Morning, Steve. The overnight crew. Roy says, cloudy 34 here for our Thursday. 50 or better for Quad Cities, Iowa, Illinois, with some 40s even further to our north. All right, looking ahead toward Friday, huh? The warm-up. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, partly cloudy. We're at 40 right now, Roanoke, Virginia. Just a reminder, it's one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Hello, Pappy. It's the midnight hour, and somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Mr. Summers has fired up the power. The FR3 antenna is up. The Stiction Eliminator power mic on, and the overnight drive broadcasting live over the airwaves across the nation. Nocturnal listeners have their ears on. The great American truck drivers are hammered down at 844-844-3388. There are the digits to punch to be part of the show. We're looking at 38 degrees on the Cruiser Dash here in Southwest Ohio. So still throw another log in the fire, heat up that coffee, and kick back for another great overnight radio show. Are you with me? We are indeed with you, Pappy. Hey, the convoy, they say the convoy is picking up steam. Kind of what Cue Ball alluded to in his call last evening, which made a lot of sense. The fact that if you are from areas from the central states or the northern states, if you're looking to participate, why would you drive from, say, well, for myself as an example, why would I drive from Ohio to West Virginia to start participating in something that's ultimately going to be culminating in Texas? Most likely, I would take the shortest path to get involved, right? It appears that is the case. We've got the update for you coming up here.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what are you saying? Let's jump right into it. This update from the Western Journal, which reads, the next Freedom Convoy. This one headed toward the Texas border is still growing as Americans fed up with Biden's border crisis are coming together. Like the truckers who shocked Canada several years ago, a convoy of Americans is coming closer to protest a failed government, this time over Biden's refusal to close the border to law-breaking illegal immigrants streaming across by the tens of thousands per month. The column of trucks and other vehicles, labeled God's Army, now coursing through the state of Louisiana as they continue that journey to the Texas border with Mexico, according to News Nation. After a stopover in Denham Springs, Louisiana, the convoy is headed to Dripping Springs, Texas, which is near Austin. Now, when they said they're going to cut the wire down and just let them start crossing the border again, no. They need to close the borders. This is one of those involved. I grew up in Arizona, man. There was never a problem like that. This is crazy. Our country's being overtaken. This is one participant from Nashville, Tennessee, who has joined the convoy. Louisiana State Senator Valerie Hodges was on hand during the convoy stop in her state. She urged her own governor to come to the support of Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Honestly, I'd love to see Governor Landry support Governor Abbott with the National Guard, with whatever resources we can do to help. Because really, all states in America have become a border state. We're all seeing this influx and being invaded. Just as Governor Abbott said, it's an invasion, says Hodges. Now, I don't really know how it's going to play out. I just applaud Governor Abbott's courage and the other governors who stand with him. Hopefully, it'll make a difference. Hopefully, this is a wake-up call for President Biden and for Congress to say people are sick of it. Driver Bruce Poppy insisted it is time to stand up against this government's dangerous border failures. We need to stand up. Our voices need to be heard. We need to bring people together. That's our right, our First Amendment right to peacefully assemble and redress our grievances for our government. We've not been able to do that. Another participant, YG Nightstorm, also spoke about why many of the convoy participants have hit the road to make a statement about the state of the country and failures at the border. With our president, Joe Biden, I say he's been an absentee father for our country. He can protest everybody else and send resources to everybody else. But what about your family here at home? Charity begins at home. You can't just break into our home. That's what these millions of illegal border crossers are doing. We have to protect our house, and that's what it's about. It's not about violence. It's about our love for country and people coming together, standing up for the right thing. She also blasted the propaganda of the leftists who say members of this convoy are armed and dangerous. I tell you, propaganda is so funny. Waving off the concerns as ridiculous. We're not coming with violence. Anytime you try and do something good, there's always somebody out there that's going to have something negative to say about it. The law is law. Right is right. And we've got to protect our house. Either way, organizers of the convoy said they also plan to stop in Eagle Pass in San Ysidro, California, as they expect the convoy to continue growing as they go along. Well, it's February 1. The culmination of this is all coming up in 2 days. February the 3rd, with the rallies in 3 states, Texas, Arizona, and California. All right, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. If I told you we had a major train derailment, toxic chemical spilled, a horrific explosion, fire, threatening air quality, threatening water, and the president's on the way. Only problem is that event occurred a year ago. Lo and behold, President Biden is going to visit East Palestine, Ohio. Now, why would you? This is literally to mark the 1-year anniversary of the devastating train derailment. The White House actually announced this past. I am very, very curious for the people of East Palestine, Ohio. Are you going to line the streets and cheer and applaud when Biden rolls into town? I have a sneaky suspicion these people are going to be out there jeering and saying, "You're a little tad bit late there, Mr. President." Anyway, the White House said Biden will address his administration's progress in working with state and local leaders to protect the community and hold Norfolk Southern accountable. Obviously, he was heavily criticized at the time of the incident for never visiting in the weeks and or the months that followed this disaster, which was 1 year, February 3rd of 2023, the same date, February 3rd, the anniversary coming up. I don't know. What do you think? Too little, too late?
USA News Update. The Federal Reserve has opted to maintain current interest rates, postponing any potential rate cuts until later in the year. Another meeting is scheduled for March. An ongoing exchange of prisoners between Russia and Ukraine is in progress. Officials from both countries have reported the return of over 200 Ukrainian service members in exchange for 195 Russian soldiers. This marks the initial swap following the tragic Russian military plane crash, which the nation claimed was transporting 65 captured Ukrainian soldiers. President Biden is set to visit East Palestine, Ohio for the first time, 1 year after a train carrying hazardous materials derailed and led to air and water contamination. The White House announced that Biden will meet with affected residents next month and evaluate the progress of recovery efforts. The president received criticism for not promptly visiting the town in the aftermath of the derailment. John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, jump on in here. Phone lines are open at 844-844-3388. Real quickly, I didn't realize they were... they actually mentioned the president's announcement of visiting East Palestine, Ohio. Take you back February 3 of a year ago, when residents had to leave their homes for days. They finally got the all clear to return to their homes on February 8th after the toxic vinyl chloride gas was vented and burned. We all recall the plume of toxic smoke over the town for days. But when they did return to their homes, they were met at the time by Donald Trump, who was there after the accident, where he delivered truckloads of bottled water. At the time, Trump's spokesperson spoke to Breitbart News, said President Trump is meeting with the citizens of East Palestine. He'll never forget them and what they're going through. Contrast that with Biden and the federal government, who've failed them from the beginning. Now, as recently as last September, Biden claimed he had not had the occasion to go to East Palestine, despite promising to do so all the way back in March of last year, after the toxic chemical spill, the air and water contamination. Earlier this month, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was asked whether President Biden still had plans to visit East Palestine. She told reporters then, the president will visit when it's most helpful to the community. Now, they did point out Biden actually flew directly over East Palestine back in August of last year when he was on his way to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, for an event promoting Bidenomics. Of course, the economic agenda, but... All right, Double R, I see he's on board. Hello, Steve. We're headed for Arkansas. Have you been tracking the convoy headed for the border? Everybody be safe tonight. Haven't really been tracking. As I just shared the latest news update. Now, Timothy says that the Virginia... What was it? He said they pulled into Dripping Springs, Texas about 30 minutes ago. He said about 100 vehicles in it. If that's the case, it's got a lot of growing to do. If it's good, I mean, I think we all knew the moment Some of these news reports said could be 500, 700,000 vehicles involved. That ain't going to happen. That's out of the realms of possibility. I mean, I'd be surprised if there's maybe a few thousand. If there's only 100 in Dripping Springs, I know that they're coming from different directions, but they got a long way to go and a short time to get there, as the old song said, right? Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight. Got a lot of errands to run tomorrow to get ready for my trip. Pick up a couple of end tables we had changed from a resin top, which was falling apart, to the lighter colored granite. Got to make a shortcake tomorrow, getting ready for the fresh strawberries my sister's bringing in from Florida. When she makes a visit Friday, I wanted to give a shout out to my stepson, Matt Hush, who has started an HVAC company, and their first major contract starts today and actually covers 7 states. That is a big contract, huh? Needless to say, he's been under a lot of stress, but I think they're as prepared as they can be to get this started. He's a very smart businessman and has been successful at every project he's let himself into with support from his wife. So everybody have a great night and be careful out there. And he also mentioned a good thing the Mississippi River Valley is getting some rain. The poor swamp people and the gator hunters down there have been dealing with low water levels. They're in southern Louisiana. I bet they have. Well, Knucklebuster, when's the last time we kicked things off with Knucklebuster? Hi there.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I just got my backside chewed out by Tennessee because I was taking too long to come in the house there. So she told me the dog, Ziggy, was going crazy wanting me to come in, so I let him outside with me. How'd you like that laundry turtle video?
I showed that to the wife yesterday, and she thought it was kind of interesting. She said, but $30? You want to give $30 for that? She said, there's some other things I'd rather have than that. I don't know, but it's pretty cool.
Oh, I know that's right. All right. Well, did you read about that pothole on I-440 in Little Rock, Arkansas?
I had not seen it, but I see the photo you sent me. That ain't a pothole. That's more like a sinkhole, ain't it? What the hell?
Yeah, it's one of them 8 or 10 passenger vans run into it, totally wiped it out.
Wow.
Yep. So, well, I'm going to get this out of the way real quick, and then I'm going in the house and going to bed so y'all can have it all for yourself tonight there. I read on the Babylon Bee, and we know that's full of baloney, that Mike Lindell arrived in Texas to build a My-Pillow border wall. Texas Governor Abbott politely declined Dallas Cowboys' offer to send an offensive line to guard the border. And then the court orders the Texas razor wire to be moved to the Ukraine border. And then Target placed razor wire around their Stanley Cup. So that's all of my bull-oney for this morning there. Y'all have a great day. I'm going to get in here, get showered up, jump into bed, and see if I can get in there without getting beat up.
All right, Knucklebuster. Well, have a great night. Enjoy a little time with Tennessee tonight. Good to hear from you. All right, so there you go. So we made it back to the home 20 there. Let's see, one other tidbit that I wanted to throw your way. I guess it's under control, but kind of scary. Numerous Oklahoma fire departments responding to a major pipeline explosion. Massive flames Tuesday night. This is back in the Oklahoma Panhandle region. The Booker Fire Department is responding to a pipeline explosion north of Dorazet, Texas, near the Oklahoma Panhandle. This was later on Tuesday night. Videos shared by the fire department at the scene. I mean, we're talking flames going like 500 feet into the air. You could see this from miles away. Massive flames. Video literally taken from 3 miles away. According to the fire department's Facebook page, crews from several departments were on the scene, staging from a safe distance. They reported the flames were actually contained early Wednesday morning, but that the remaining fuel for the fire would probably take longer to completely burn away. They also reported that according to emergency management officials, the fire was started by an 8-inch feeder pipe that led to a larger main natural gas pipeline that had ruptured. Minimal damage to the surrounding area, amazingly. No injuries reported. While the flames, though, the videos of the flames shooting 500 feet into the air. Now, that was as they were awaiting, they had to get to the main cutoff line, to cut that supply of natural gas to the pipeline. But, all right, no idea if there's going to be any wider impacts to the region, how much natural gas may not be moving through the lines. I'll see if I can find anything out further in regards to that. I'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Meanwhile, looks like Scarecrow during hour number 1. Hey there.
Steve, I've wanted to say this for about a week and a half. I've got a sky full of stars above me, man. I wanted to say it last night, and I realized, no, it was just a yard light flecking off my driver's side window here. And I was looking at that. And I wasn't able to announce that last night, but no, it's a beautiful night out here. That moon is shining. Well, it's a half moon, but it's real interesting. It kind of looks like it's literally falling out of the sky there. It's like a teacup, without a handle there. But no, it's bright and vivid there. I walked out of the Home 20 last night there, and literally, Steve, I just stopped and stared up at the stars for a little while. It was just such a welcome treat after this drab, dreary weather that we've been dealing with. The Home 20, we were about 50 degrees yesterday now. La Crosse, I think they broke the record by a degree at 53. I mentioned, a couple weeks back how significant and important winter recreation is to, the northern third of Wisconsin, and you rattled off those various communities and such. Yeah, it's just dismal for them. In fact, Minocqua there was a report on our local news last night. They're doing what they can, but they count on the snowmobile recreation to support a lot of these restaurants and establishments and such, and they're spreading what little work they have amongst the staff and at various places to try and keep them somewhat employed, but no, the owner of this particular establishment, she said this will be the first year that the snowmobile trails have never been opened up there.
So, I think the story I had the other night had something about, I think this weekend is supposed to be some big, a major snowmobile race that is at risk of being canceled. You heard any update on that?
Yeah, I heard you mention that. Yeah, the Sioux 500. That's a 500-mile enduro. It's a closed circuit. It might even, I don't know if it's a mile loop, oval or such. Yeah, it's an enduro. But no, I have not. I was gonna do a search on that after you mentioned that. But I have not heard of the snowfall, how it has progressed once you get up into the UP up there and such, right on the borderline, like Eagle River, Rhinelander. I don't know if any of those trails actually progressed to the point where they could open at all this year either. It's just amazing that there can be such a swing, but it's nothing to do about it. It's been interesting from my perspective here, especially on Fridays, heading home in the early morning hours, or at night, I should say. Usually in the past, they would see, numbers of, snowmobiles on trailers, commuting for the weekend and such, and there's been zero, this year. What's been out there, Steve, running across I-90, heading out west, maybe get some mountain riding in and all. But no, it's dismal, man. What else is cooking there? I was going to save it for later. I'll run it past you now. I sent you a picture there, Steve. An acquaintance of mine sent that just a couple of days ago. And, apparently the U-2 planes are going to follow the A-10s to the graveyard. That picture, I think it was taken, January 11th or so. Now, that was one of the, they have 2 or 3 two-seat trainers out of Beale.
Mm-hmm.
And it said that was the last flight for that particular, plane. So that's to say they're not bringing any new pilots on board. And Stewie, in fact, he mentioned before I left tonight, there's talk a little bit about moving him back to Beale for whatever reason. I don't know what that is, but so he's very uneasy about just plain not knowing what the world is taking place and what the future is going to hold.
Well,
my youngest.
After you sent me the photo, I guess the official word that they're planning to have the entire program totally retired by 2026. So I guess they're kind of phasing them out from one base to the next kind of thing. Is that what you're hearing?
Well, I don't know where. I suppose they're going to, keep them going wherever the hotbed is, so to speak, wherever they're mostly required. There's only like 23 or 25 of the planes worldwide. But now my younger son, he did bring up, there could be a senator or such that could introduce a bill, to postpone this action, given everything going on with China and Russia, and especially now with Iran. And I'm not so certain we have a backup plan that's ready to to be put into service at the moment. That's right. The other one was that Global Hawk. That's the drone that I was trying to think of the other night. That's going to be phased out also. So, like you say, there is that chance that somebody would sponsor a bill to, I think they need like about $300 million or so a year to keep that program active. But so it's not looking good on the home front, so to speak. But anyway, last night when I left the program, towards the end of the program, we were talking about Michelle Obama.
Yes.
And prior to the program last night, Steve, I haven't heard her name mentioned in the news for, a
while.
Months. To say the least. And the more I dwelled about it, overnight last night and before I called in here, that should be something that should scare the dickens out of the Trump run. We talked about the potential votes that she could draw in just from who she is, what she is, and I started thinking about it. She's got 8 years experience in the White House to begin with. The comment was last night, well, she wouldn't stand a snowball's chance in hell of running.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what did Donald Trump do, Steve? How much political experience did he have going into his presidential run? She truthfully may not have any interest or desire, to be associated with the office. But if that progresses way, I'll bet you right now she would garner more support than Biden does. And if she run, I'll bet she would draw in more votes than Joe Biden did. I'll bet she would. So that's something to think about. That's all I'm going to lay at you for the moment here. We'll think about that loneliest hour, pal.
All right,
Later,
there you
man.
go. Thank you so much. As we're underway, Thursday, right? February 1 coming on. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I fancied that he would mention Michelle Obama. Let me see. Suddenly, it's become kind of the buzz. Now, I did share the story last evening on the program, and we've shared several stories where the odds makers, the gambling, you making wagers on who's going to be. I mean, you can bet on anything at some of these sports books, and yet you can make wagers on who's going to be the vice presidential pick, who's going to win the nomination for the Republican Party. You bet on anything. They put out an update this past day, specifically in regards, believe it or not, to Michelle Obama. Current President Joe Biden dominating the 24 Democrat Party primary, but Michelle Obama is getting whispers of a potential run. Her odds were recently shortened as the speculation grows. Let's take a look at the possible chances. In the wagering community, they go by plus or minus whatever. Right now, it's Joe Biden at minus 400. If you placed a wager, that's 80% likelihood. Michelle suddenly made a jump from plus 900 to plus 400 in a day's time. She's like number 2 on the list at 20% odds. Gavin Newsom at plus 800, 11.1%. Followed by the odds get shorter and shorter. Dean Phillips at plus 1,600. Yeah, believe it or not, Kamala Harris at plus 1,900. Now, that's only 5% odds. Elizabeth Warren at plus 5,000, 2% odds. How would you like to take a long shot wager? Hey, it would pay off a fortune if she were the pick. Tulsi Gabbard at plus 6,600. Robert Kennedy Jr. the same at plus 6,600. Gretchen Whitmer at plus 10,000. And Hillary Clinton's actually on the list at plus 5,000, right there where Elizabeth Warren would be. But the odds surrounding Michelle's potential run taking a significant turn. I mean, going from plus 900 to plus 400 in a day's time. Speculation is rife that she may enter the race, fueled by reports suggesting a behind-the-scenes effort to convince a faltering Joe to step down in her favor. Recent appearances by Biden, coupled with dire polling results against former President Trump, only intensifying the chatter of her rumored candidacy. Either way, amidst whispers of a potential run, discussions have surfaced suggesting a well-coordinated plan involving Biden's withdrawal from the race due to health concerns and Obama's subsequent nomination at the Democrat convention. Obviously, the same story that I shared with you on last night's program. Despite skepticism from some quarters, many acknowledge a hypothetical race. Obama-Trump would redefine the political landscape, injecting unpredictability into an already turbulent arena. More to come after this. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. House Republicans voted to advance their impeachment articles against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Fox News asked Steve Scalise, a Republican from Louisiana and the House Majority Leader, if there was truly an impeachment offense or was it a Biden policy disagreement.
Well, first of all, Secretary Mayorkas' job is to protect America's homeland. He's the Homeland Security Secretary. And when 8 million people have come across our border illegally, including people on the terrorist watch list, he has failed miserably at his job.
The controversial move would make Mayorkas the first cabinet secretary to be impeached in nearly 150 years. President Joe Biden said he has decided how the U.S. is going to respond to the drone attack on a U.S. base in Jordan by Iran-backed militants that killed 3 American soldiers. When asked if he thought this retaliation would stop Iran-backed groups from attacking the U.S., Biden simply responded, "We'll see." A U.S. official said that the response to the drone attack will be carried out over several days. California is about to get hit by the Pineapple Express. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says that 2 atmospheric river storms out of the tropics will head toward the coastal state, bringing massive amounts of rain, snow, and powerful winds. Starting today, the first storm will bring California several inches of rain, along with 35-mile-an-hour winds. Not too bad. But by Sunday, a second storm will bring colder weather, significant snowfall, and very heavy rain with winds up to 70 miles per hour. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Broadway legend and Latina actress Chita Rivera has died. She was 91. Her daughter, Lisa Mordente, said her mother died peacefully in New York City after a brief illness. Rivera trained as a ballerina from a young age and went on to study at the School of American Ballet before heading to Broadway. Rivera, a singer, actress, and dancer, best known for her appearance in West Side Story, was nominated 10 times for Tony Awards and won twice. Las Vegas saying goodbye to a piece of history. The Tropicana Las Vegas opened in 1957, but it's about to close its doors forever and get demolished to make room for a $1.5 million Major League ballpark that will be home to the relocating Oakland Athletics. Oregon leaders calling for a 90-day state of emergency in downtown Portland over the city's fentanyl crisis. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek, Multnomah County Chair Jessica Vega Peterson, and Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler each made an emergency declaration citing overdoses, deaths, and fear driven by fentanyl use. Fentanyl deaths have risen significantly since 2020 in the city when voters decriminalized hard drugs by passing Measure 110. Opioid overdose deaths in the state increased from 280 in 2019 to 956 in 2022. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go. Cue the microphone. Hour number 2. Let's get it underway. a Thursday, no doubt. What do we got? It's 844-844-3388. I see Norman. Norman's on board. He's tuned in. Can't sleep. Said he's sick as a dog. Keeping the Kleenex company in business. Oh, boy. Got the bugs. It's been years since he's been sick. All right, feel better soon, Norman. I did not see any sort of update from Brother Rambler, who actually came down with COVID a few days ago. He's been on the Paxlovid for a couple days now, so hopefully he's beginning to feel better. 'Tis the season, right? All right, the Pineapple Express is the word they're using for the West Coast. It's a double whammy that's going to be pounding with heavy rain, mountain snow. Storm number 1 is underway right on through Thursday night. It will quickly be followed by another storm Sunday into Monday. So the atmospheric river first storm continues to bring copious amounts of moisture, just like a giant fire hose, southward through California through the night tonight before shifting inland over the southwestern U.S. Friday into Saturday. Satellite images yesterday morning showing the clouds from the storm spanning nearly 2,000 miles along the Pacific coast from Los Angeles all the way to Juneau, Alaska. Big storm. Much of Northern California, you'll be on the receiving end of 1 to 4 inches of rain. Coastal areas of Southern California, the same. And even locally higher amounts, 4 to 6 inches of rain along the west and southwest-facing coastal ranges. The rain from the first storm will be heavy enough to lead to incidents of stream flood, urban flooding, road washouts, mudslides. And we'll be talking winds from system number 1, most widespread in northern and central California, where they saw 40 to 60 mile-an-hour winds this past day. The worst travel conditions have been through the evening hours from Sacramento to San Francisco. Later Thursday morning, it'll be further south from L.A. down to San Diego. Could see airline delays. As that first storm swings southward, snow levels will be dropping from north to south across the southern Cascades and the Sierra Nevada. Could see some difficult travel over Donner Pass. Rain changing to snow tonight, continuing through Thursday night before tapering off to snow showers there on Friday. Now, the higher elevations, generally 1 to 2 feet of snow on the intermediate elevations and most passes of the Sierra Nevada, 2 to 4 feet at some of the resorts and most of the ridges and peaks between now and Friday. By the time it gets cold enough for snow over the passes in Southern California, late Thursday night into Friday morning, much of the moisture will be tapped out. So there may be a few slippery spots over the crest of the passes along parts of Interstate 5 and 15 there. And that's just storm system number 1, the bigger of the two, and the more winds and potential damaging storm is system 2 coming in over the weekend. All right, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. On to some of our industry headlines. Police asking for your help. The search is on for, well, it's kind of like a missing truck driver, but he's thought to be the one responsible for the theft of a tractor trailer in Pennsylvania. Police called to the trucking company on the 24th. The tractor trailer was driven away from 5 Rivers Trucking in Humboldt, PA, by Henry Pickney, a truck driver at the company earlier in the month. According to the Shenandoah Sentinel, the company hadn't heard from their driver or seen the truck since January 18th. So right now it's being investigated as a stolen vehicle case, but I guess what they're asking is if you're at a truck stop, a rest area, somewhere you might spot the rig. The rig in question is a 2018 white International tractor, Pennsylvania plate AG 59575. The trailer in question, a white dry-van Pennsylvania permanent trailer plate, P as in Paul, T as in Tom, PT 924C as in Charlie 6. If you spot the missing vehicle, or if you have any idea what the missing driver is, they ask you to contact the state police at Hazleton. All right, the drug scenario, just heard them talking about Portland. What a mess we've got. They're ruining the day that they decriminalized the hard drugs there. They're actually seeing the price to be paid. Do you hear the overdose fatality numbers just in that particular city? Yeah, going from just over 200 and some before they decriminalized the hard drugs to nearly 1,000, 900 and some last year. Most of them being fentanyl fatalities. Obviously, the drugs continue to pour into this country, and in some cases, yes, making it through all the way from the southern border of the U.S. to the northern border. Which brings us to this story. A truck driver charged after getting caught at the U.S.-Canadian border with a record-breaking $50 million in meth, according to authorities. Canada Border Services this past day said the truck driver has been charged with importation of methamphetamine and possession of a controlled substance for the purpose of trafficking, obviously. The truck driver, identified by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation as a Winnipeg resident, Kamlapreet Sindhu, a 29-year-old. Charge is issued after the commercial truck driven by Sindhu arrived at the Basivian port of entry in southern Manitoba. The truck was hauling a shipment headed to Winnipeg. While the truck was at the port of entry, officers discovered approximately 895 pounds of suspected methamphetamine. That's like 4 million illicit doses on just that truck. Estimated street value over $50,780,000. Sindhu is scheduled to appear in court today, February 1. But they say this is the largest seizure of narcotics our border officers have ever made in the prairies. Thanks to our quick, decisive action, more than 400 kilos of meth have been kept off our streets. The accused has been charged for importation of methamphetamine valued at over $50 million, trafficking and smuggling into Canada. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police worked very hard to protect Canadians. All right, this is that's a lot of drugs. Yeah, this means approximately 4 million methamphetamine doses will not reach the streets, and it's going to take away $50 million from the hands of the organized crime networks and the local drug traffickers. These drugs were destined for not only the streets of Winnipeg, but throughout Manitoba and beyond. There's no doubt this shipment would have inflicted significant harm to our communities, the statement from authorities there in Canada. The question, to go electric or not? Well, let's start with maybe not. And then we've got some who say, oh yeah, that's the way to go. Industry leaders say that truckers need proven technology as Biden's push for green energy policies continues to affect the trucking industry. JKC Trucking co-owner Mike Kusharsky recently appeared on Fox Business explaining the extremely frustrating position that the new EPA regulations are putting on trucking companies. He says this pushing electric vehicles onto the trucking industry way too fast, too little testing, too little data, which could have catastrophic consequences on companies, drivers, and other people on the road. Electric trucks, number one, are too expensive, and this technology is being pushed through way too fast with little testing and data. We need proven technology because if technology fails, the entire supply chain is dead in the water. Failure is not merely inconvenient, it's catastrophic. This is not an option, especially when it comes to the food supply chain in this country. The issues that we're having with the trucks, with the heavy trucks, number one, this mandate is brand new technology. Now, I understand, I support green energy, but it's extremely frustrating because I do not agree with the EPA. These regulations are not practical. Number one, the problem with electric vehicle semis is the cost. Astronomical, too expensive. Number two, infrastructure. The grid is not ready. There are not enough charging stations. Number three, testing and data is being done right now. We need more testing data. Number four, driving range or range anxiety is real. Long-distance driving truck range for electric trucks is not practical. And then, number five, less cargo capacity due to the weight of the batteries, which will cause less goods and less food to be delivered to the American people. Now, it says it's a reasonable compromise for those supporting green energy and the trucking industry would be hybrid tractor trailers, which could then follow new and developing regulations while still offering a reliable way for the trucking industry to deliver goods. Truckers need an affordable hybrid truck. As you say, two power systems. If one shuts down or breaks, the other continues to operate. So there's a no-go on the electric vehicles. Meanwhile, three of the nation's largest medium and heavy-duty truck makers snagged the apropos acronym PACT to advance electric truck infrastructure. PACT, P-A-C-T, stands for Powering America's Commercial Transportation, intending to address the mismatch between battery electric vehicle availability and inadequate zero-emission vehicle infrastructure. PACT was established by Daimler Truck North America, Navistar Incorporated, and Volvo Group North America. They collectively represent about 70% of the new medium heavy-duty truck sales in the U.S. PACCAR Incorporated holds most of the rest of the market share. They are not participating in the lobbying effort. Decarbonizing the commercial transportation sector, the fleets that keep America moving, is critical to meet our climate goals. John O'Leary is Daimler Truck's president and CEO. But the transition to zero-emission vehicles is stalling without the deployment of the needed charging infrastructure. It's a lot more than that. Obviously, the gentleman I just shared, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's a lot more to it, but charging infrastructure was on the list. Besides the truck makers, founding members include electric vehicle charging solutions provider ABB E-Mobility. Several infrastructure engineering firms, joint ventures, all pumping money into this to get the electric infrastructure startup going. The electrification focuses first on light-duty passenger vehicles. The sales are growing, but much slower than expected. California regulations aimed at eliminating diesel trucks by the year 2040 drive manufacturing and fleet purchasing decisions. 10 states have adopted forms of California mandates. Faster development and deployment of reliable and accessible zero-emission vehicle infrastructure to power this transportation fleet is going to require a lot of money, electrical grid updates, and dedicated charging equipment. Nearly 700,000 chargers will be needed nationwide to accommodate the 1 million Class 4 through 8 vehicles anticipated to be deployed by 2030. Now, those zero-emission vehicles will consume 140,000 megawatts of electricity every single day. That would be equivalent to the monthly energy needs of over 100 million American homes. Do you hear those numbers? 140,000 megawatts every day will be consumed, equivalent to the monthly energy needs of over 100 million American homes. The grid, you think the grid? The pact, we aim to accelerate this infrastructure build-out so fleets can adopt zero-emission vehicles at scale. We can all benefit from impactful emission reductions as quickly as possible. PACT will help sort out and educate on this complex transition, according to the chairman of Volvo Group North America and president of Mack Trucks. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, PACCAR taking a pass. They have not joined the coalition. They do not see infrastructure development as a business priority. We really don't view this as our value add, according to PACCAR's chief technology officer speaking to FreightWaves. Now, we offer turnkey solutions to our customers for their sites that need the ability to charge a truck. Our value add is to supply great equipment, support customers, keep them on the road, and have superior uptime. That's how we contribute to the system today. It's how we will contribute to an electrified, zero-carbon world in supporting that customer. We're not an electric utility. We are not an electric infrastructure supplier. To electrify or not? There you go. It's 844-844-3388. Would that be the Lone Ranger?
Good morning, Steve. Electric vehicles are about as popular as a pregnant prostitute or underwear with pockets. It is unbelievable. This is a Democrat left-wing agenda item. It is not a solution to anything. These trucks are running so clean now, between the low sulfur diesel and the DEF and everything else. You know, they've been checking these trucks. The emissions are almost non-existent.
Correct.
These guys must be thinking about the old diesels where you had plumes of black smoke coming out of both stacks as you're going down a highway. That doesn't happen anymore. That's over. If they want to address global warming, climate change, pollution, whatever you want to call it, go to China. China and India are the two top polluters in the world, and they're not being held accountable. The winds are westerly winds. China pollution comes our way. This electric, if you want to know how good electric vehicles are, call Hertz Rent-A-Car.
Right.
They got rid of 20,000 of them.
Dumping them.
Call any car dealership. Call Ford Motor Company. Lost billions. Call General Motors. They lost billions. Nobody wants them. They're not necessary. They're not efficient. Now, imagine it takes quite a long time, even at 240 volts, to charge an electric car. About 45 minutes. If you try to charge it with 120 volts, it takes 20 to 40 hours. Now, imagine you can't even find a parking spot in a truck stop long enough to go take a dump. Can you imagine all these trucks in line to charge up batteries? Now, I can't imagine how long it would take to charge the amount of batteries. You know, you got the bigger engine, more batteries. I don't know how long it would take to charge a tractor trailer with electric motor, but I can't imagine it could be done in 45 minutes if it takes that long for a car with a much smaller battery group and smaller engine. This is a pie-in-the-sky agenda item. It makes no sense whatsoever. But guess what? Guess who loves it the most of anybody? China, because they make the batteries.
Bingo.
They stand to benefit. They stand to benefit number one. This is so stupid. And these people that fall in line, it reminds me of people that fall in line for this all this woke BS. It's just a big joke. Go woke, go broke. How many companies have learned their lesson now? They lean to the left, and then they said they're going to have classes to teach people about these electric vehicles or something. You said there in that article.
Mm-hmm.
That's called indoctrination. That's indoctrination, Steve. You don't have to learn anything. The trucks are doing fine. The pollution is down. The particulates coming out of a diesel truck stack now are so low that it's clean burn. And then, the global warming thing, the Earth's temperature has gone up a little over 1 degree in 100 years. No polar bears died. No ice caps melted. Florida's not underwater. But Al Gore made $100 million on that movie about all this crap that wasn't even true. So he's happy. China makes the batteries; they'd be happy. It's just a pie in the sky idea, and it makes no sense at all. But anyway, reason I called, Joe Biden is coming to Palestine, Ohio, in the near future. After a year, it was a year ago that the train was wrecked. Donald Trump went to Palestine, Ohio, in short order when the train wrecked. Didn't have to, not president anymore, but he did to support the people. And Joe Biden didn't go. And now this woman that's the press secretary, she lies every single day. They asked, how come Joe Biden waited a year to go to Palestine, Ohio? Well, he couldn't fit it into a schedule. The guy's been on vacation for 40% of his time in office. 40%. He's been to Lake Tahoe, the islands, up in New England. He has time for vacation, but he doesn't have time to go support the American people that are suffering in Palestine, Ohio.
And the question I asked a few minutes ago was when he does show up there. I don't know if he's going to be there. I guess on the 3rd for the 1-year anniversary. Do you think these people are going to be out there to cheer and praise him for being there to support them, or vice versa? I predict it's the opposite. Hold that thought, though. We got to pause. News break.
USA News Update. Senator Lindsey Graham advocating for a change in the law that shields social media companies from lawsuits. Group of senators questioning tech CEOs about the issue of sexual exploitation of children. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg testified that much has been done.
Over the last 8 years, we've built more than 30 different tools, resources, and features that parents can set time limits for their teens using our apps, see who they're following, or if they report someone for bullying.
Graham expressed dissatisfaction with providing blanket liability protection to social media companies. Continued Iranian-backed attacks against U.S. and British warships in the Red Sea are likely. Houthi militants in Yemen, stating their opposition to perceived aggression by the U.S. and Britain, have expressed their intention to continue with the attacks. Former President Trump is considering hiring a new lawyer to appeal the verdict in the E. Jean Carroll defamation case. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you so much. All right, welcome back. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. A couple of folks checking in. Let me see. Bill said, "Morning, Steve. Did you get the clip I tried to send you from Law and Border? Border with a B. I don't think I got that. Talks about Syrians being funneled into a remote camp around Lukeville, Arizona. If you sent me on Messenger, I don't think I've got that. Maybe send me an email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. If you could do that, I'd be curious to see more. Tracy did chime in a moment ago. We just bought a 24 Subaru Forester. Subaru in Ohio, Dayton, Ohio. They actually have an electric Subaru Solterra on the lot. They told us more or less they can't give it away. They've only got one on the whole lot. Nobody wants them. But yeah, we left out there. We had kind of moved from the electrification to our beloved President Joe, who's going to be showing. Like, what do you think the people of East Palestine are going to feel like this weekend when he shows up a year after the fact?
Well, it doesn't take very long to find videos of what happens to Joe Biden when he shows up at a public event. Even in a huge stadium full of people watching a sports game, the chant, F Joe Biden, you can hear it all day long. I mean, people, and these aren't a group of people wearing red MAGA hats either. This is pretty much everybody. There's very few people left in this country that haven't figured out yet what a disaster this guy is. I mean, we are on a terrible downhill slide, and the more people we bring in from third world countries, the closer we get to being a third world country ourselves. This illegal alien thing is so out of control. I'm sure you saw the video of the 2 New York cops getting beat up.
Yes.
They tried to arrest one illegal for doing something, whatever he did. And now the illegals are forming gangs within their ranks. They're robbing. And of course, now here's 2 cops. The mayor of New York took away their nightsticks. That was always famous. The New York cops always carried those big nightsticks. Well, the mayor took them away. So these guys are pretty much sitting ducks. You know, when you got 5, 6, you're on the ground, you got 5, 6 people kicking you and punching you. I mean, I'd have to pull out the gun. I would never put up with it, but they can't because you got to be politically correct, you know, and you can't shoot somebody unarmed, all that kind of stuff. But these illegals have gotten very bold now. And the cartels are no longer just in Mexico. They're here. They are working on our side of the border, and they are in charge of the border, and there's no accountability. Nobody's going after them, just like nobody's doing anything about those 3 soldiers that got killed recently. Now let's compare Joe Biden to the last guy who had a real problem with Iran, which was Ronald Reagan. You might recall the peanut farmer posing as a president couldn't get the hostages released. And the day that Reagan got elected, they released them. Well, there was a skirmish. I think they fired on a ship in the Red Sea. I don't remember the specifics of it, but they fired on a ship in the Red Sea, American ship. And some people got injured. Nobody got killed, but some people got injured. He sunk half of the Iranian Navy. Sunk them. Now, there's a spy ship owned by Iran sitting in the Red Sea helping to coordinate all these attacks by these terrorist groups that they support. Sink the ship. Just sink it. That's it. As long as you're doing, they're calling Biden's attacks in response to the 175 attacks on our bases, they're referring to as a pinprick.
Mm-hmm.
It does nothing. It does nothing, accomplishes nothing. And our enemies and our adversaries know that we have a weakling in the White House, and they're taking advantage of it. All these wars started up when he was there. Russia had troops stationed on the Iranian border when Trump was still there, but they waited till Trump was gone to invade. China's getting away with murder. The spy balloon, never held accountable. The COVID origination, never held accountable. Now, of course, they enriched the Biden family, so that's why they're getting away with it. But China is enemy number 1, and they're doing whatever they want. There's no accountability. And speaking of accountability, I'm sure you follow it just like I do. There are people in government who are just getting away, just doing whatever they want, and nothing happens to them. I was looking at the list here. They just had a story about a woman who stole $100 million from the United States Army. She had some 7-year scam thing going on. She bought 30 houses, a bunch of classic cars, and she's going to retire with a military pension after doing all that.
Mm-hmm.
So why isn't she in jail? You got Cori Bush. Now, these people all work for us because they're paid by taxpayer money, and that's our money. So these people committing all these offenses are actually our employees, but we don't get anything to say about it. This Cori Bush, she is real big on defund the police, but she has paid $750,000 out for her own private security. So her security is fine, but nobody else's is fine. Tlaib and another one of the squad members, I forget which one it was now, they just voted against banning Hamas members from coming to the U.S. They voted against that. They think it's okay for Hamas to come to the U.S. And they're still in office. They haven't been impeached. Nothing happened. This is a funny one. Bud Light has just hired a conservative comedian. They replaced that fruitcake with a conservative comedian.
Really?
They're trying to backpedal a little bit. Yeah. Now, here's another one. That Fani Willis, the one that's going after Trump in Georgia, she hired her boyfriend to be the special prosecutor in the case against Trump in Georgia. This guy used to handle traffic tickets. And she paid him a bunch of money, and they're sleeping together. So there's a conflict of interest, her and the other one, too. They're both paying their boyfriends money. In fact, Cori Bush married the guy that she paid a bunch of money. So now, of course, the money goes into a joint account. So she's actually benefiting from our taxpayer money going to her boyfriend, which is her now husband, which is, again, conflict. It's not legal. But she played the race card, so they're backing off on her. And Lloyd Austin, Secretary of Defense. Now, he recently went to the hospital, didn't tell anybody. They didn't know where he was. The Pentagon didn't know where he was. Days later, much later, they finally found out where he was. Now, we're on the verge of World War III, and we don't know where the Secretary of Defense is. So he finally appears. Now, Lloyd Austin was in the military 41 years. He retired from the military, a 4-star general. He is very much aware of the word AWOL. He was AWOL. He was absent without leave. Nobody knew where he was. Now, he's not in the military anymore, but he's still Secretary of Defense, is sort of like a military position. So what happens if you're in the Army and you go AWOL? Well, it depends. There's different classifications of AWOL. You can go into the brig for a month. You can have reduction of your rank to the lowest rank, so you could wind up going from 4-star general to private. You can forfeit 2/3 of your pay for 1 month. And if it's declared to be desertion, you can go to prison for life or be put to death. Now, it was never classified as desertion, but it was pretty much AWOL, and if he was still in the Army, he would be guilty of AWOL. Then you got this other representative. I'm talking about people getting away with stuff they're not supposed to here. Remember that representative from New York, Jamal Bowman was his name. He pulled a fire alarm to delay a vote that was going on.
Yes.
Because the Democrats wanted time to read the legislation. So he pulled a fire alarm and caused a big ruckus, to delay the vote. Nothing happened to him. No accountability. He should have been thrown out of office. And speaking of woke, and this was sad because I used to love this show. They had a story about this the other night. There's a show called Law and Order, and it's the most popular crime show on TV. It's mostly sexual assault. They call it Special Units, SVU, or whatever. But anyway, they went woke. They had a white woman who got raped by a young black male, and in the story, the one it's Jane Mansfield's daughter. I forget her name now, but anyway, Marissa Hargitay. It's Jane Mansfield's daughter. Jane Mansfield's buried 5 miles from my house. But the victim of the rape went politically correct and said that she felt sorry for the guy that raped her. So that was a big stink over it, but we're going to wait and see what happens. It's a very highly rated show. We're going to see what happens to Law and Order for going woke. And it just, I don't know, when are they going to learn that this is not the way to go? Mm-hmm. But anyway, our downhill slide continues. Where it's going to go, where it's going to end, I don't know. But the FBI, more than once, has already stated on national TV that a terrorist attack is imminent. It's going to happen. We just don't know when. So we're all sitting on pins and needles and waiting for the terrorist attack. And we have a nursing home patient in the White House and a vice president who's almost pretty much non-existent. Of course, she was the border czar, and we saw the end result of that. She got a lot accomplished there.
Yeah.
But now, Biden's doing the same thing he did last time. All he's doing is going out and saying, I'm not Trump. And he still doesn't understand that MAGA is not a negative term because it stands for Make America Great Again. So if he's opposed to making America great again, which obviously he is, how ignorant can you be to think that that's a negative term, wanting to make America great again? How can that be a negative term unless you're a communist? So anyway, I can't wait to see the reaction in Palestine, Ohio. I can't imagine him thinking that's a good idea. They're probably going to, you ever see those airplanes that go across the beach with a big banner behind them?
Right.
I would laugh my ass off if somebody hired one of those airplanes with a big banner behind it that said F Joe Biden spelled out and flying back and forth across the event. Anyway, that's all I got. I'll talk to you later.
That's a great idea. Somebody grab onto that. What's the cost of that banner plane? It is 844-844-3388. First day of February, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we roll on into the early hours of a Thursday, right? Weekend coming on. What do you got? Still dealing with issues transiting the Red Sea. A couple of updates over the last few days. First from FreightWaves. The Red Sea crisis and the Middle East situation in general is worsening. Growing conviction that shipping diversions around the Cape of Good Hope will increase in scope and last much longer than initially expected. That would be good news for shipping stocks over time, largely longer voyage distances. But the Houthis hit the J.P. Morgan-owned product tanker Marlin Luanda with a ballistic missile last Friday, setting a cargo tank on fire. The tanker was chartered by a trading house, Trafigura. It was loaded with Russian naphtha. The fire was extinguished on Saturday. All crew ultimately were safe there. Sunday, a drone attack by Iran-backed militia killed 3 service members, as we know, injured at least 40 others at the U.S. installation in Jordan. The administration has vowed to respond. We wait to see what comes next. But Red Sea diversions are on the rise as continued attacks on vessels are prompting more and more shipping companies to avoid transiting the area. The vast majority of larger container ships are already avoiding the Red Sea. Detours are rapidly spreading to bulk commodity shipping. They shared a bunch of numbers, but I want to move over to where they said in story one, this is going to be dragging out a lot longer than initially anticipated. When you're talking about transiting around the world with these vessels and how far out you have to book, they're already alluding it won't be long before we're already seeing the potential of it should be fresh on most of our minds, the tanker container ships that were packed and stacked, waiting for weeks and weeks to get a berth off the coast of California during the pandemic. Recall that? Which led to shortages of items. People would remember going out to purchase a refrigerator or a dishwasher. And, well, it's going to be 6 or 8 weeks or maybe 3 or 4 months before we'll have it. It's all stuck on container ships. Recall, the current spike in shipping cost caused by the ocean carriers routing away from the conflict in the Middle East could seep into longer-term rates if the government waits too long to mitigate the backups at U.S. ports. According to retailers, while many are focused on the current situation, more challenges will be created the longer these disruptions continue, according to the Vice President of Supply Chain and Customs Policy at the National Retail Federation. He testified on Capitol Hill day before yesterday. He said the federal government needs to start paying attention to these issues now to help avoid significant congestion in the coming months. Gold told lawmakers at the hearing it was the House Transportation and Infrastructure's Maritime Subcommittee hearing, securing shipping against threats in the Red Sea. He said he's concerned about the effect that long-term disruptions will have on the annual contract negotiations that his members are about to be entering with the ocean carriers. In other words, we're contracting for freight as far out as next holiday season. I know it's only January. Who would be thinking about next holiday season? This stuff has to be worked out well in advance. We don't want to see the rates similar to the pandemic. That would impact inflation. At the same time, he said his members are making decisions right now regarding back to school and holiday import shipments. And we're looking to shift those containers back to the West Coast ports after having shifted them away from the West Coast congestion that we had during the pandemic. We've got to make sure the ports, the terminals, the railroads, the harbor truck drayage providers, the warehouses are ready for this increased cargo. We are already hearing that the dwell times are starting to tick up on the rail side. More congestion buildup could begin in the next 4 to 6 weeks. Weeks, not months, he said. Efforts need to be made now to convene the right stakeholders to plan accordingly. So when the time comes, if, as so many in the past, we've seen this administration dropping the ball, they had so much advance warning. Remember the baby formula shortage, right? Empty shelves, where they had months and months of advance notice that this is going to happen if you don't do something. Yeah, they're telling them right now. You can't wait 6 months before you start thinking about, we might need to do something about this. If you'll recall, the congestion on the West Coast ports sparked by the pandemic in 2020 and 21 ultimately led to several efforts by the administration to help improve the movements of goods into and out of the U.S. A lot of freight was, again, diverted from West Coast ports. We started taking, some went to the Gulf ports, some went to East Coast ports, and I guess that's been a continuation. They're shifting it back to the West Coast as things change here. Hopefully, somebody in charge up there will have the kahunas to do something about it. All right, a couple minutes before news break 5-7 is on board, and after which clear lines at 844-844-3388. I heard in the news break, how about that, of It's been many, many years since I've been to Vegas, and I guarantee I know so much has changed since I was there last. The whole, the Strip, it would be probably unrecognizable to me. But I do remember very well the Tropicana last time I was there, when the Tropicana opened in 1957. Nevada's lieutenant governor unlocked the door to what would become a Sin City landmark for more than half a century. Then he threw away the key. That was to signify the Tropicana would always stay open. I wasn't aware of that. Historian Michael Green said 6 decades later, it's about to change. The storied hotel casino that once had ties to the mob, it was nicknamed the Tiffany of the Strip, will shutter its doors for good, making room for the $1.5 billion Major League Baseball stadium, which will become home to the Oakland Athletics. Bally Corporation, Tropicana's owner, made that announcement Monday, saying the closure coming up April 2nd, just days before the 67th anniversary of their opening, will mark the beginning of preparations for demolition. The ballpark, he says, is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's Bally's president. Bally looking forward to the development of a new resort and ballpark that will become a new landmark. Back in a moment. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The Federal Reserve has opted to maintain current interest rates, postponing any potential rate cuts until later in the year. Another meeting is scheduled for March. The central bank's efforts to raise rates throughout the previous year resulted in heightened borrowing costs for items like mortgages, credit cards, and auto loans. The group behind the attack in Jordan that resulted in the death of 3 American troops is being identified by the White House.
The attack in Jordan was planned, resourced, and facilitated by an umbrella group called the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, which contains multiple groups, including Kataib Hezbollah.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby mentioned that the administration is considering a tiered response involving multiple actions over time. President Biden, committed to retaliating for the attack, has confirmed that he has chosen a response and he will be attending the dignified transfer of the soldiers' remains in Dover, Delaware on Friday. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has declared that a bipartisan border bill anticipated to clear the Senate is unlikely to progress in the House. During his inaugural floor speech as Speaker Wednesday, Johnson accused the Biden administration of attempting to transfer responsibility for the border crisis onto Congress.
Since President Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas assumed office, there have been more than 7 million encounters with illegal aliens just at our southern border alone.
Johnson says President Biden does not need congressional approval to close the U.S.-Mexico border. Israel's military is receiving criticism for its recent strategy aimed at preventing Hamas from utilizing approximately 350 miles of underground tunnels in Gaza. The approach involves flooding those tunnels with substantial amounts of water. And former President Trump is considering hiring a new lawyer to appeal the verdict in the E. Jean Carroll defamation case. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are discussing the threat of Chinese cyber interference in U.S. critical infrastructure. Chairman of the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, Mike Gallagher, spoke about hacking at Wednesday's hearing.
The sole purpose is to be ready to destroy American infrastructure, which would inevitably result in chaos, confusion, and potentially mass casualties.
FBI Director Wray raised concerns about China hacking soft targets like water treatment plants, oil and gas pipelines, transportation systems, and the electrical grid. Continued Iranian-backed attacks against U.S. and British warships in the Red Sea seem likely. Houthi militants in Yemen, stating their opposition to perceived aggression by the U.S. and Britain in their country, have expressed their intention to continue with the attacks. The Houthis assert that targeting vessels in the shipping route serves as a demonstration of solidarity with Palestinians in the Israel-Hamas conflict. Senator Lindsey Graham is advocating for a change in the law that shields social media and internet companies from lawsuits. Graham, along with other senators, questioning tech CEOs about the issue of sexual exploitation of children. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg testified that much has been done.
Over the last 8 years, we've built more than 30 different tools, resources, and features that parents can set time limits for their teens using our apps, see who they're following, or if they report someone for bullying.
Graham doesn't want to provide blanket liability protection to social media companies. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
underway. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's going well. Staying safe out there. All right, Bill, thank you. I got the message here just a moment ago. The clip was sent on the Overnight Drive Instagram page. Okay? I was looking through more of the history of the Tropicana, Las Vegas, what it is. When you look back, the population of Clark County, which includes Las Vegas, had just hit 100,000 when the Tropicana opened on the Las Vegas Strip. You didn't have all the mega resorts that it's known for today. The Flamingo had already been open for a decade. The high-rise, the Stardust, actually debuted the following year. Now, looking at the cost of building these mega resorts today, now, of course, back then, I guess $8.5 million was a whole lot of money, but that would be a drop in the bucket today. But behind the scenes of the casino opening, the Tropicana had ties to the mob, largely through the mobster Frank Costello. Weeks after the grand opening, Costello was shot in the head in New York. Now, he survived, but police found in his coat pocket a piece of paper with the Tropicana's exact earnings figure. And the note also mentioned money to be skimmed for Costello's associates. It was in the 1970s, federal authorities investigating mobsters in Kansas City charged more than a dozen mob operatives with conspiring to skim nearly $2 million in gambling revenue from Las Vegas casinos, including the Tropicana. But the famed hotel casino enjoyed many years of mob-free success. And Green said expanded in later years, including the two hotel towers. In 1959, they debuted the longest-running topless show, which was actually featured in the 1964 Elvis Presley film Viva Las Vegas. Yeah, of course, the magicians, Siegfried and Roy, they got their start in the show. A-list stars, Sammy Davis Jr., Louis Armstrong, Gladys Knight, all have performed at the Tropicana. 1998, Robbie Knievel made that record-breaking motorcycle jump outside the hotel, soaring 231 feet over a row of limousines. Today, the site at the north end of the Vegas Strip intersects with a major thoroughfare named for the Tropicana, surrounded by the towering mega resorts like the MGM Grand, the Excalibur, New York, the Luxor, the Mandalay Bay. Nearby, the home of the now NFL's Las Vegas Raiders, who left Oakland in 2020, and the city's first major league professional team, the NHL's Vegas Golden Knights. Bally's said they will no longer accept hotel bookings after April 2. They will relocate any customers who have existing reservations past the closing date. Anyway, the ballpark planned for that land beneath the Tropicana is backed by $380 million in public funding. All 30 Major League Baseball owners in November gave their approval for the A's to move to Las Vegas. Stadium is expected to open in 2028. But the big announcement shortly after Tropicana and the Culinary Workers Union, represented about 500 workers there, reached an agreement for a new 5-year contract. In Las Vegas, hotels are bought and sold on a regular basis. New projects are welcome, but according to the union, you can't just discard workers like an old shoe. Changes. All right. Vegas continues to grow. Meanwhile, back to the calls we go at 844-844-3388. What's going on, 5-7?
I've been thinking, I want to say something about driving without being able to hear. I still got from the story from yesterday morning, still has me scratching my head. But on this story about the Red Sea, before I left for work, they had a thing on where a missile was shot from the Houthi rebels directly at one of our Navy destroyers, and of course it was shot down before it got to it.
Mm-hmm.
But it does seem like they know where these ships are registered, where they come from, and they're shooting at British, American ships, shipping. Would it be interesting if you see that you're never going to see them shoot at a Chinese load, either a Chinese registered ship or even an American ship with a Chinese load on it. It's really, hey, they shot directly at a U.S. Navy ship. I'm not sure the number of crewmen on there, but in my day, a destroyer had 350 men. And that's killing 3. And there's still, our government said they don't want to escalate. It sounds like the Houthi rebels are at war with us, and we ain't at war with them yet. So, and they're talking about one of the things they could do, the conservatives. We need to take out their oil in Iran and take out their ability to make money, because they're using that money to make war in the Middle East. But it's very disturbing what's going on. And hey, soccer bombs, you put him in there, you're 14, 15-year-olds who might be drafted because they're having a hard time getting people in the military. Believe me, when the day comes that they need our military, they need the Navy, they need the Army filled up, it's just a swipe of the pen, and your children are on their way. So that's what they did in World War II. So, this thing about hearing up, I was rolling south on State Route 17 out of Charleston, and I come up to there's a road, a big intersection, and it takes you out to Edisto Island. Well, it's 4 lane. You had the turn lane in the left lane. It's about 9 semi-truck lengths long. Well, I'm coming down through there at 45 mile an hour posted speed, and there's a wall of trucks waiting to turn out on the island, and I'm hearing the siren. Well, first thing I do, I check my rear view mirror. There's no lights coming from behind. Check off to the right, and no lights coming from that direction. So I immediately go from 45. I got it down to about 30. There's no lights coming at me. Just as I start to clear the tractor and trailer that's sitting right there at the light, here comes this fire truck. One of them swirlies on the front, lights flashing everywhere. So if I was totally deaf, I might have never slowed down. I might have just pulled right out in front of that fire truck. By the way, in my opinion, it was flying, because by the time I got that rig stopped, I was in the travel lane. He had to zag around me to get around the front of the truck. So now that's the one scenario I can think of where being able to hear saved me from getting into a lot of trouble, maybe hurting some firemen. So, I just don't get this. I really don't get some of this stuff that they're coming up with. I just thought I wanted to make a comment on that. And by the way, all that ship's not going through the Suez Canal is costing money for the country of Egypt. And it's going to get a lot of people upset, and hard to tell which way they're going to go, All right, 5-7. We're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy our trip to Savannah.
All right, rolling in the south. Have a good morning. Thank you much. 5-7. Well, I guess they kind of saw the writing on the wall, as they say. The Texas-based trucking company filing for bankruptcy liquidation 4 days before the wrongful death civil trial filed by the family of one of its former drivers who drowned in 2016 was slated to begin in El Paso County. JJ & Sons Logistics, doing business as JJ Transport out of Clint, Texas, filed its petition Monday in U.S. bankruptcy court for the Western District of Texas. In the petition, JJ Transport listed assets as up to $500,000, liabilities as between $100 million and $500 million. The shuttered company states that it has up to 49 creditors, maintains that funds will be available for unsecured creditors once it pays administrative fees. While JJ once had 19 drivers and 18 power units prior to filing for bankruptcy. In its bare-bones petition, the company listed Fleet Tone Factoring LLC out of Antioch, Tennessee, Auxiliary Capital Partners out of Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania, and Wells Fargo Bank of Des Moines, Iowa as creditors. No amounts were given, though. But they go through all the safety numbers from JJ, but according to the court documents, the bankruptcy petition listed Juan Jose Murillo as president of JJ Transport. The petition lists the estate of Pedro Rascon Morales as a creditor in the bankruptcy petition. April of 2016, Morales was dispatched to deliver a load from El Paso County to Harris County, which was experiencing record flooding at the time. Court documents allege that hours before his death, Morales checked in with Esmeralda Murillo. I guess that was the dispatcher who failed to discontinue his trip. Yeah, he ultimately drove his tractor trailer into an overpass locally known as The Pit, where water quickly began to submerge his vehicle, despite attempts by Good Samaritans to save Morales as the water rose to depths of over 20 feet. He became trapped and drowned in his cab. So a special setting jury trial was slated to start Friday of this week in El Paso County. Now it's canceled as the bankruptcy petition has been filed in the federal court. It is 19 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Get back to the calls. As we turn the page on the calendar, February 1. Wow, where'd that first month go? Morning, Philip.
Morning. How you doing, buddy?
Can you believe it's already February? Wow.
Yeah, we're going to be getting a visit from old Phil here, isn't it? Next day or two here, we're going to be seeing old Punch Tony Phil out there.
Friday morning, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. See how he thinks about it. It really don't matter down here in Florida. It's up and down with all this weather. So, but hey, Steve, I saw an interesting story last night on our local news. I'm sure I've talked on here before about Volusia County. That's the county I live in Florida. And we have a sheriff. His name is Mike Chitwood. Well, he started a couple of years ago. He started a program for youths that, get in trouble. A lot of these kids, they're out there, they get in trouble. Instead of just throwing them in, they started a youth center that, goes through, and it basically, it's not like a jail or what per se, but the kids go through medical treatment and they go through any kind of, rehabilitation that they need to get back out, but he doesn't just let them go. But the thing that interested me in the story was they did each kid comes through this program, they get drug tested, and they keep track of the numbers of what they're finding in these kids as far as drugs and whatnot. And they said one of the highest percentages of what they're finding now is these kids are using fentanyl and cocaine, and they're working with vape. So they're not just doing it with, the traditional way, I guess, drugs are handled, but they're going into vape. They're putting it in vape now. Have you heard anything about that in Ohio?
That's new to me, and I mean, the idea of using an upper and a downer, though, that's not a good idea for the heart, I don't think.
No, and the thing that gets me is they're putting it in vapes.
Wow.
And they said they're seeing a high percentage of it, the kids going into this vaping stuff. Makes you wonder what the heck's going on out there, but they're seeing a high rate of it in this program, and it's a good program for the kids. And, the kids are doing community service. They're also, they're making sure that they're going and getting mental treatment if they have any mental health issues. They're trying to truly rehab them instead of just putting them back out there in treatment, like that that kind of thing, and having it like a returning thing. It's always, we've seen that in Tampa. I talked about it a few weeks ago about Tampa, that they're seeing a process of people just returning, with the drug issues over there, and they're trying something different, and it seems to be working from what they can tell. I mean, they're 2 years into the program, so they're, it's still technically getting off the ground. But if anything, if one person gets treated right, they come out in society and be productive, it doesn't matter. It's one person, that's one less person out there in that mess, And I just thought I'd point that out today. And Pappy, I haven't heard anything about drones today, so I don't know if I'm incorrect. But anyway, that's all I pretty much got.
I hadn't
today.
seen or heard
any.
I have not seen or heard any kind of update on that as well. I guess the only thing we're all waiting for now is, the president says he's decided how he's going to retaliate, but still waiting to see.
Well, there's one thing that I found out about our government in the last few years. When you're at war, Steve, you don't tell nobody what you're going to do.
Well, that's true, yeah. You don't tell them what you're going to do. I mean, when you tell them you're going to do something, but you're going to wait 3 or 4 days to do it, the element of surprise, I mean, everybody's anticipating, so they're all on, obviously, the highest alert, so.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. You look at what's going on in the Red Sea. 5-7 was just commenting about that. All right, we got the second carrier strike group out there in the Red Sea right now. Okay, that's an aircraft carrier and 3 destroyers. And he was talking about going after a destroyer. Yeah, they tried to go after a destroyer, and it didn't get to them, and that's a good thing. But they said that one of the destroyers that they tried to attack a couple of days ago, it actually got down to the last thing to where they were going to go ballistic and just let it unload on somebody. And it shouldn't get to that point. What do you think?
Right. Yeah.
But we need to get a handle on it. And, Iran is really not, they're not dealing with us diplomatically, are they? They aren't saying, "Hey, we're going to get with these guys and tell them to settle it down."
No, and I don't think these guys. I don't think the Houthis are doing anything without, obviously notifying the Iranian leadership, and they're giving them the green light to continue this.
Absolutely, and I think that they're funding.
Correct.
They're giving those guys a lot of cash.
Yep.
We all know that part of the world, there's a lot of piracy in that part of the world. And it's all about the cash, dude. The more money you hand those folks, they'll do whatever it takes. And we just got to sit back and wait. But I just saying that there's an imminent threat. You don't throw out something like that. Remember back in the old days when you did something, you didn't say nothing about nothing. Next thing you know, something's happening. The element surprise is gone. So we need to work on that. But we'll see how it turns out. Steve, did you know that those 3 soldiers were reservists?
All I really knew is they were all 3 from Georgia.
Yes. So dig this out. Those 3 individuals that passed away, that's the ultimate sacrifice because they were giving up their time. They're reservists.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not saying that the soldiers out there regular soldiers aren't doing their time, but these guys weren't doing it for a living. They're reservists. They're on call. So that speaks high value for their families and them.
Right.
And well, I do agree.
I'm looking at the clock, so we got Philip. I know you're about to roll anyway, but hey, great to hear from you. Have a great morning. Be safe.
USA News Update. Senator Lindsey Graham advocating for a change in the law that shields social media companies from lawsuits. Group of senators questioning tech CEOs about the issue of sexual exploitation of children. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg testified that much has been done.
Over the last 8 years, we've built more than 30 different tools, resources, and features that parents can set time limits for their teens using our apps, see who they're following, or if they report someone for bullying.
Graham expressed dissatisfaction with providing blanket liability protection to social media companies. Continued Iranian-backed attacks against U.S. and British warships in the Red Sea are likely. Houthi militants in Yemen, stating their opposition to perceived aggression by the U.S. and Britain, have expressed their intention to continue with the attacks. Former President Trump is considering hiring a new lawyer to appeal the verdict in the E. Jean Carroll defamation case. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Two longtime two-wheelers teamed up on a new old ride and blew the competition away in Region 2. Our regional rookie opens his national career with a title in Region 3, while familiar faces dominated in four-wheel drive. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Let's start off by congratulating the Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association for two highly successful national events on back-to-back weekends in Ocala and Satsuma. The NTPA and the MFTPA got 2024 off to a bright start in the Sunshine State with 4 hooks apiece for the Hot Farms, Modified Minis, and Modifieds, and 3 hooks for the two-wheel drives in Region 6. That region will wrap up its schedule at the Clay County Fair in Green Cove Springs, Florida in April. Listen here for more details in the coming weeks. Now our attention turns to Louisville, Kentucky. First for the National Farm Machinery Show Championship Tractor Pull, Wednesday through Saturday, February 14th through the 17th for 5 sessions. See it in person or virtually from your living room at watchpulling.tv. Then the NTPA will be in Louisville for the Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals on Saturday, March 23rd at 5 p.m. The Winter Nationals are the grand finale to the 2024 Mid-American Trucking Show, so we hope to see many of our overnight listeners in the stands. It will also be broadcast on ntpa.tv. That's Saturday, March 23rd for the Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals. And now here come your Regional National 2- and 4-wheel drive champions from 2023. Chad Mayhill and Joe Shaneman, Reynolds and Yoder, Indiana. Old Blue, the 2023 Region 2 two-wheel drive champions. These friends partnered up on a new ride for 23 and blew the competition away by winning nearly a third of the hooks. They did not surrender the division lead after Chad's victories in Fremont and Rushville, and Joe added his own in Charlotte and Eaton. The only suspense was if they could overcome missing the Hillsdale wrap for the Enderley, but they jumped the sights as Buckeye Hooker 2 by 5 and then cashed the big check. Roger Torgerson, Harmony, Minnesota. Wide Open, the 2023 Region 3 two-wheel drive champion. The season began as it usually does, with some permutation of Amundsen, Kielmeyer, and Timmerman 1-2. But then Torgerson blew the race apart. After a second in Decorah, the bright green Ford opened wide and swallowed the field in Eagle Grove. A 12th and a 4th each produced 27 points for the new leader, and a sandwich 6th brought the title home. Both Bottoms Up and Double Up had a win apiece, but Showtime gave the closest chase. Christopher Taylor, Eaton, Indiana, Grain Haulers Mafia, the 2023 Region 2 4-wheel drive champion. The 10-hook circuit welcomed a variety of competitors from the Grand National, Wolverine, and unregistered ranks as it wound its way through the tri-state. But only Taylor and Patrick McCarthy's Mad as Sin made them all. The green and yellow highlighter-shaded pickups each picked up 2 wins, with haulers coming in Hartford and Centerville amid 9 top 5s. It's the 3rd title for the Mafia in the last decade. Michael O'Connor, Blooming Prairie, Minnesota, Nasty Boys, the 2023 Region 3 4-wheel drive champion. Dad was at the controls of Nasty Boys after son David finished 2022 with a clinch-it sandwich and a win at the Enderley. This year, it was every O'Connor for himself, as one of Boys or Nasty Habit led after every hook. Son led in wins 2-0, but father had the better average finish and resultantly qualified for the pull-off, which he won to give the White Dodge a 2-year streak. The Suki's Totally Geared hung tough to land a handful of points back. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
I will swing my axe. Don't let the flames go down. Carve out some of that kindling. There's plenty of wood around.
The name of the group is the Steel Woods. Kind of new to me. But as I mentioned before, I'm not up to speed on the newer country. The Steel Woods, an American country rock band from Nashville, Tennessee. Citing influences such as Willie Nelson, Waylon Jennings, and Led Zeppelin. They've toured in support of the likes of Lynyrd Skynyrd, Dwight Yoakam, Jamie Johnson, Miranda Lambert, Blackberry Smoke. Led by Wes Bayliss, the band's guitarist, lead vocalist, and co-founder, the Steel Woods have poured their heart and soul into their 4th album, On Your Time. They will be the Friday night concert headliner at the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. That was the announcement just made, I think, yesterday. Little country rock combo there. So that'll be the Friday night show. Tony Justice, the trucking singing legend, will be the opening act for the Steel Woods. So that's Friday night, and as you just heard in the NTPA update there a few moments ago, they've also announced returning this year will be the NTPA truck and tractor pulls at Freedom Hall at the conclusion Saturday. When the Mid-America Truck Show wraps up Saturday afternoon, I think 4 o'clock is quitting time. The show wraps up. And last year, if memory serves, the truck and tractor pulls kicked off, I think it was 6 p.m., either 5 or 6. But there's plenty of time to get in on that. But a couple of more reasons why you, if you've never been, you may want to make your plans to be there for the greatest show in trucking. Mid-America Truck Show. Again, that's 21st, 22nd, and 23rd of March. I know, it's February 1. We're just 2 months away. Louisville, Kentucky. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Let me see. Eagle, I believe, is on board. Up and at 'em here on a Thursday morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Steve, how you doing? I had to call in a little bit later tonight. I had to take care of some driving to do. Yeah, Steve, this phone call here, man, is, like I say, it seems like all my phone calls lately have been, just when I thought the bottom had dropped out and we couldn't go no lower. We couldn't go no lower, Steve, with Joe Biden. It just gets worse and worse day by day, man. I don't know if you went over this because I didn't have, I just now turned my radio on, listen to you, the internet. I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you've seen this video, Steve. I don't know if you talked about it before you earlier in your show. Like I said before, they've told Joe Biden. I've been calling you. We've been talking about this for 3 years, Steve. You remember a couple of years ago, you talked about that Venezuela had emptied out their jails and released all these bad people out.
Yes.
Okay, well, guess what? Guess where those people turned up at in New York City? Have you seen the latest video of these punks kicking the hell out of that police officer?
Yes, I have not touched on that, but that's something I planned on getting to. So go ahead and fill them in because I haven't talked about it.
Yeah, you need to talk about this, Steve. This is disgusting. These people attacked a police officer in New York City. Eight or nine Venezuela migrants, immigrants, illegals, whatever the hell you want to call them.
Right.
Shouldn't have been in the country to begin with. Shouldn't have been in the country anyway. We just kill like we said. We go over this night after night on why this loser should close the border. We got evidence right now, Steve, these people don't even respect the law. They told them that they were releasing the worst of the worst people in Venezuela, drug dealers, cartel people, you name it, child molesters. You emptied out the jail, all these people onto the streets, and now they don't made their way into the United States, and now they feel like they owed something, Steve. These people have very bad, nasty attitudes. They're talking about they're going in stores and just taking what the hell they want out of the stores in New York. They're going into people's homes. Now they're trying to bust into people's homes in New York because they're desperate for money, for food. You're not even knocking. They tried to. These, like I told you, Steve, like I told you months ago, we got enough criminals in America without importing some into the damn country. We didn't need to bring no more criminals into the damn country. Now we got even worse criminals than we had to begin with. Like I said before, when you see a video of these people attacking the police, it ought to make you sick that these individuals shouldn't be here to begin with, and they had the nerve to put their hands on a police officer and kick the hell out of him. But here's what's even worse about that situation, Steve. They said that those guys are not even in jail. They said that they took them down to the station, did the paperwork, and put them right back on the damn street. Those guys should have been paperwork done and then taken to the nearest bus station or airport and sent right back where the hell they come from in Venezuela and never allowed to cross into the U.S. What'd you say?
What do you think the odds, Eagle, this is the most amazing thing. We talk about people doing crimes and then being put out on the streets. 4 of the 7 that were arrested, 4 of the 7, as you're alluding to, have been released. 3 have been released on their own recognizance. Now, they're in the country illegally, released on their own. What do you think they're facing up to 7 years in prison? I mean, they're going to hightail their ass right back south of the border rather than go to prison for 7 years.
Well, if they were smart, they'd get the hell out of the country because, like I said before, if the police caught up to them, if they had any kind of guts about themselves, they would ship them right back out of the country. Because, like I said, Steve, this is just uncalled for. When these people had a nerve, because if you put your hands on I don't know if Pappy called in tonight. I'd like for him to touch on this because he's a police officer and let people know what would happen to the average everyday American if they put their hands on a police officer that was kicking the hell out of him. I wonder if they would be released from the jail the same day. I'd like for if Pappy's listening tonight, hopefully he'll call in and he'll touch on this because this is disgusting, Steve. These people have the nerve to come to this country illegally. And now they got the nerve to put their hands on a New York City police officer. And like I said, not listing all the other crimes that they're committing around New York City, Chicago, and all these other. These people, I don't know who told these people this, Steve, but a lot of these immigrants have been told that Joe Biden, that the USA owes them something. We have to take care of them. We have to clothe them. We have to feed them. We have to allow them in this country. I don't know who told these people this, but it's a damn lie. I know this for a fact. I'm speaking for myself. I can't speak for Joe Biden. I know this for a fact, Steve. I don't owe people a damn thing, and I ain't giving them nothing because I don't owe them nothing. So whatever Joe Biden tell them, that's his business. I really don't give a damn. But see, here's how it goes, Steve. We'll jump into another subject. Like, remember I told you, I guess we'll have to have a countdown on this, just like we had a countdown on when Joe Biden would step down to Texas, which he still hasn't done. He's gone down to the Texas. If he had any kind of class or guts about himself, he would have been down in Texas to actually see what's going on. Since he say he wants the power, since he say he's been held back from doing getting the border closed. Go on, why don't you go down to Texas and find out what's going on? Why don't you go meet with with Greg Abbott, my man, and see what the hell's going on? But here's the ultimate disgrace again, Steve. Like I said before, 3 military individuals were killed, and this loser still hasn't taken any action. Well, let me tell you something, Joe Biden. Like I told you last night, Steve, Joe Biden him and his people seem to feel like they don't want to start another conflict, a major conflict with Iran. Well, somebody forgot to tell Iran that, and the people that work for Iran, maybe they seem to be on a different page, Steve, because it seems to me like they've declared war. They're just today, like 5-7 said, they don't shot another missile at a damn U.S. Navy ship. It's over 300 people. Now, what happens if that damn drone or whatever the hell they shot gets to that ship, Steve? You got 300 American soldiers at the bottom of the ocean right now because of Joe Biden's stupidity. This has got to come to a stop, Steve. This is the most he'll go down, Steve, as the worst president of the worst. I'm talking about the Jimmy Carters, the Obamas, the Bill Clintons. Well, Joe Biden, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, Joe Biden is my man. You are officially, with 1 year remaining in your office, you are officially the worst president the United States of America ever had. So congratulations, Joe Biden. You suck at your job, and you're a coward at that. Because listen, Steve, we're the most powerful nation in the world until he got in the White House. What like my dad I talked to my dad today, Steve. What good does it do for the United States to buy all these high dollar technology, all these drones, all these military missiles, rockets, submarines, all this money, billions and billions of dollars we spend on this equipment if this guy's scared to use it? This is an insult to anybody who calls themselves an American. And like I told you before I hang up with you, Steve, anybody, and I don't care who you are, that goes for that loser that's down there in Mississippi right now that's listening to his show because he ain't got nothing else to do. Anybody that's dumb enough to go out and vote for Joe Biden come 2024, you are a loser, and that guy that you're voting for is a loser, and you deserve each other. And so go ahead and make your move and vote for Joe Biden, and we'll see how the next 4 years turn out. Like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, maybe the next 4 years, you better go out and learn how to speak another language because that's damn sure what you're going to be doing come 2028. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, let me lay this on you. You're going to love it. I mean, just following up what he just said there, how much credence do we put in polls today? Not a whole lot, right? But the big headline, and of course, Drudge has to put this in big bold. He loves anything negative about Trump. He's a never Trumper. Quinnipiac poll, Quinnipiac University, published yesterday. 2024 matchups. Biden opens up a lead over Trump in the head-to-head matchup by 6 points. Wow. Quinnipiac University national poll finds Nikki Haley leads Biden in a one-on-one, but trails when third-party candidates are added in. There's a long way to go between now and November, but as signs point to a 24 election being a repeat of 2020's race, Biden versus Trump, Biden holds a lead over Trump by 50% to 44% among registered voters in a hypothetical general election matchup. Let's see. Quinnipiac University, December 20th, 2023 poll. The same hypothetical 24 general election matchup was too close to call. Now, in today's poll, Democrats, 96% to 2%. Independents, 52% Biden, 40% Trump. And Republicans, 91% Trump versus 7%. The gender gap is widening. Women, 58% to 36% support Biden. Men, 53% to 42% support Trump, largely unchanged. Now, they go into all the various scenarios. If you add the likes of Robert Kennedy into the mix, the independent candidate Cornel West, the Green Party candidate Jill Stein, it's all kind of convoluted. But in that scenario, in a 5-person hypothetical general election matchup, including the independent and Green Party, Biden receives 39%, Trump 37%, Robert F. Kennedy 14%, Cornel West 3%, Jill Stein 2%. Among independents in a 5-person hypothetical, it's Biden 35, Trump 27, Kennedy 24, West 5, and Jill Stein 5. Now, the independents are the ones supposedly that are going to make this up, the make or break in the general election. Hypothetical election matchup between Biden versus Nikki Haley. Now that says, I think that's a one-on-one. Would have Nikki at 47%, with Biden at 42%. I don't know if this is all about trying to persuade us that Nikki Haley's the way to go. Now that's a one-on-one in a 5-person hypothetical that includes the other parties, the Green, the Robert F. Kennedy. It shows Biden at 36%, Haley at 29%, Robert F. Kennedy at 21%, independent Cornel West at 3%, and Jill Stein at 2%. How much credence can you put into it? But that's trying to make it, I mean, with all that's going on, Eagle, can you imagine that many Americans would, in a hypothetical, if the election were today, actually say, Joe's my guy. Let's keep the ball rolling. But yes, the insanity where Donald Trump, how many years ago, said, a lot of these individuals coming across that southern border are bad hombres. 5 young adults identified as illegals. Now, of course, they don't say that. They say asylum seekers. 5 illegals, folks, arrested following the alleged assault of 2 police officers, Times Square. Last Saturday, 2 officers reportedly attempted to break up a group of disorderly people when a physical altercation occurred, which prompted the officers to place one under arrest. The other individuals in the group then began striking the officers. The officers were treated for minor injuries at the location of the incident. Suspects later identified and arrested, Yorman Riveron, 24 years old. Darwin Andre Gomez Isquiel, 19 years old. Wilson Juarez, 21. Kelvin Sarita Aroca, 19 years old. Juan Boda, 22 years old. According to authorities, 4 of the suspects have been released following their arraignment. 1 is awaiting arraignment. Of the 4 who've been released, 1 was released under supervision, the other 3 released on their own recognizance. In a statement, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office says, quote, violence against police officers is never acceptable. It is paramount that we conclusively identify each defendant and specify each participant's role in the incident. Every defendant charged so far is facing felony charges that carry a penalty of up to 7 years. This is an ongoing investigation. How the hell do you release under your own recognizance someone who is illegally in the country and think they're actually going to stick around? Are you kidding me? That's where we are today. Crime in the streets of America. Well, let me take you to Washington, D.C., where crime is rampant. A former member of the Trump administration was shot Monday night as part of a carjacking and shooting spree that reached from D.C. to Maryland. Mike Gill is currently in critical condition in a hospital. Gill was chief operating officer for the Commodity Futures Trading Commission during the Trump administration. Gill is currently senior vice president for capital markets at the Housing Policy Council. Gill's shooting was part of a series of shootings and attempted carjackings, according to the Washington Post. The suspect in the crimes, which involved 3 carjackings, 1 attempted carjacking and 1 shooting, police think was a carjacking attempt and led to 1 person being killed. Let's see. The 10-hour crime spree, which included 2 instances in which the suspect fired on 2 occupied police vehicles. Police report indicated Gill's shooting was the first of the incidents. 1 witness who ran out of the K Street building screaming, "Oh my God, that's my husband." The woman ran toward the victim, grabbed his hand. What happened? But there was no response. Gill collapsed on the sidewalk after trying to leave his vehicle. I guess wife called 911, put the operator on speaker. She said as they waited for first responders, she tried to find something to put on her husband's head. Anyway, police said over the next 10 hours, several other carjackings took place. Just insanity on the streets, and this is going on for hours on end. 10 hours this is going on. Got to get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Interest rates are being held steady by the Fed Reserve as inflation continues to slow. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell telling reporters on Wednesday, however, the central bank needs to see more evidence inflation is easing before cutting back rates. He said inflation is still too high and the path forward is uncertain. The Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing on Wednesday with big tech CEOs to discuss online sexual exploitation of children. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina calls out the tech companies and demands an end to lack of oversight.
Every American who's been wronged has to have somebody to go to complain. There's no commission to go to that can punish you. There's not one law in the book because you oppose everything we do, and you can't be sued. That has to stop, folks.
The group behind the attack in Jordan that resulted in the death of 3 American troops is being identified by the White House.
The attack in Jordan was planned, resourced, and facilitated by an umbrella group called the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, which contains multiple groups, including Kataib Hezbollah.
John Kirby, a spokesman for the National Security Council, mentioned that the administration is considering a tiered response involving multiple actions over time. The top Republican in the House is disputing a claim put forth regarding his resistance to a border deal. USA's Ryan Daniels explains.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is refuting allegations that his resistance to the bipartisan border deal emerging from the U.S. Senate might be motivated by a desire to help Donald Trump's presidential campaign.
Manu, that's absurd. We have a responsibility here to do our duty. Our duty is to do right by the American people, to protect the people.
Johnson maintains the deal currently under negotiation by senators this week is inadequate.
USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
After a Boeing 737 MAX's door blew off early into a flight early in January, the FAA has been investigating the company to ensure the planes are safe for flight. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre addresses the investigation in front of reporters.
What we want to make sure, and what FAA wants to make sure, and it is their top priority, that we make the safety, obviously, the safety of Americans as they fly across the country is safe.
There were no injuries during the initial blowout, but the entire 737 MAX fleet was grounded pending investigations. New details are being released about a new theme park set to open next year. USA's Ryan Daniels has the details.
Universal Orlando Resort is revealing new details about its next theme park and hotel attractions. Universal Epic Universe is set to open next year and will include 5 brand new lands. There will be Super Nintendo World, the Wizarding World of Harry Potter Ministry of Magic, Celestial Park, How to Train Your Dragon Isle of Berk, and Dark Universe.
Several U.S. sites have made National Geographic's list of top 20 travel experiences around the globe. To name a few, Route 66 in New Mexico and West Virginia's New River placed on the Best of the World 2024. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
There you go. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. And welcome back. It's a brand new day. It's a brand new month, February 1st, 2024. Couple of things we had touched on earlier. Lone Ranger. It was good to hear from Ranger this morning, checking in from Arizona. He's talking about the president's visit to East Palestine, Ohio, 1 year after the fact. He brought up somebody hire one of those FJB banners, having it fly around while he's actually. Pap says the only problem with that is anytime the president's around, you got airspace restrictions. I forgot about that. Yep. Yeah, you're going to have no plane flying overhead. Not when he's on the ground. So screw that idea. Scrap it. That ain't going to happen. Then he also chimed in about the Red Sea, the scenario with shipping, if things start to spiral out of control like it did a couple of years ago. Fear not. The airhead press secretary will assure the American people that this shipping problem would not be the Biden administration's fault. There would obviously be a reason that Republicans held it up, and it'll all be Trump's fault. So don't forget. Good comments, Pap. Separately, Roki chimed in about, Philip brought up the whole vaping thing with the fentanyl and the cocaine. Roki, I guess he did a little research, which, according to the medical authorities, the nature of vaping itself presents dangers, but inhaling fentanyl through vaping devices allows chemicals to enter the bloodstream more quickly, leading to a rapid onset of effects. Now, this quick absorption can further increase the risk of overdose, making it difficult for individuals to seek medical help in time. Yeah, I guess with the vaping, sure, it's quick. When you're sticking a needle in your arm and shoving it right into your veins, though, that's got to be the quickest way, right? All right, what else did we have in the mix? A couple of other things we'll be getting to, industry headlines, an update on the CPAP, the ventilators and the CPAP machines manufactured by Philips, recalls that have been going on for a couple of years now. I kind of figured this is going to put Philips out of business, but we'll give you the latest on that. And the FMCSA planning to propose several changes to the CDL requirements that they say would increase flexibility for state driver licensing agencies and applicants. Got that coming up for you as well. First, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Eskimo Mom, how we doing?
Hi. Doing fine. Just before I get to what I really want to talk about, I got a little traffic report. Mile marker 82 westbound on 70. That right lane is blocked. I don't know what happened, but a big truck either ended up did something he shouldn't have done, and he has the wrecker helping him get out of his predicament right now. So, but that's the only lane that's blocked. Other than that, it's looking good. And I like to agree with Scarecrow. I'm actually finally seeing the moon tonight.
Yes.
And a few little stars here and there. It's looking really, really pretty out here. But it's also cool, and it's also cool enough from what it was earlier. But what I really wanted to talk about was on that poll you're citing from the Drudge Report before the top of the hour.
Yeah, the Quinnipiac thing.
The thing about these polls that you got to see what the nuts and bolts of these polls are. How many people did they ask? What is the breakdown from there? whether it be age range, political income, the whole 9 yards. And if that poll that you're citing is less than a couple of hundred people, that's way too small. Now, if the poll's like 10,000, maybe 20,000 people, I might put a little stock into it.
Okay.
But you just have to take these polls with a grain of salt.
That's what I'm thinking. It doesn't sound realistic. I mean, further down in the poll, they kind of cited that, across the spectrum, Republican, Democrat, Independents, Biden was in negative territory on almost every category they ask about. The economy, the handling of the Middle East, the handling of immigration. Every negative, but somehow magically he's 6 points ahead of Trump. I don't get it.
Another thing too is when I was in college, I wanted to become an education major at the time, and I actually took a class on how to make tests up and everything, and the Quinnipiac poll and all these other polls. What is the question as well? Mm-hmm. How did they word it? Did they word it which in the fall election? Would you want Biden or Trump or would you want somebody else?
Right.
Or did you just change the wording just a little bit? The outcome will be totally different. It's all in the wording.
Well, aside from that, how's your New Year starting out there, Eskimo Mom? You doing all right?
I got poll worker training at 9:00 in the morning.
Really? Okay.
Yes, sir. March 19th are primary, and I was reading February 20th is the last day to make sure you're registered to vote. And here in the process, the Board of Elections. God bless them. They're already. They have to get everything ready to go, and it's just a process. And they like to start getting ready early. And one of the things they do is in the state of Ohio, we have highly trained election workers. So they get us started on a 2-hour class. Early enough in the process, so that way that we can get that out of the road, and they can use like whatever, like their classrooms or whatever, or in this case their spare rooms where they hold the poll worker training class. So you can use that for the primary early voting.
Okay.
And to get that out of the road so that way that frees that room up. Because our county's not one of the biggest counties around. It's only 50,000 people for the entire county, but they've only got a handful of people that run the Board of Elections 365 days a year, and for those days that we vote, that they add at least 100 to 200 people to their roster for those days. And it's just a process, and it's wonderful being able to help do my civic duty.
Very good. Well, thanks for what you do, Eskimo Mom, and thanks for keeping those grocery stores' shelves stocked.
Got to do what you got to do, and in the trucking industry, that's one thing that is either U.S. mail or the groceries. That they're for the most part they're going to stay pretty stable. So I'm just thankful. I'm thankful for what I do.
Yeah, well, that's true. In good times, bad times, whatever times, people going to eat, no matter what, right? Yeah, there you go. It's 844-844-3388. See, going back to the Quinnipiac poll, I pulled that back up. Voters were asked about Biden's handling of, starting with the response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. 47% approve, 46% disapprove, 8% offering no opinion. So he's on the plus side there. The economy, 42% approve, 55% disapprove, 3% no opinion. Foreign policy, 37% approve, 57% disapprove, 5% no opinion. Biden's response to the war between Israel and Hamas, 34% approve, 56% disapprove, 10% no opinion. The situation at the Mexican border, that's his worst category, 28% approve, 63% disapprove, 10% offering no opinion. Again, the overwhelming numbers of his handling of our southern border. But they continue day after day, essentially doing nothing about it, trying to pass the buck. It's the Republicans' fault, you know? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's jump on over to the mentioned industry headlines. Increased flexibility when it comes to CDL requirements. The FMCSA announced earlier this week that they will soon publish a notice of proposed rulemaking in the Federal Register. Once that happens, there will be a 60-day comment period. The changes include, number one, giving applicants the option to take a CDL skills test in a state that is not their home state. Number two, allowing commercial learner's permit holders who have passed the skills test to operate commercial motor vehicles on public roads without a qualified CDL holder in the passenger seat. I think the change they're looking at there right now, if you've got a learner's permit, you've passed the skills test, got to have a CDL holder in the passenger seat. I think they want to allow them to operate more like on a team operation where the actual CDL holder could be in the sleeper while the learner's permit individual is driving, which they can't right now. Number three, removing the requirement that an applicant wait at least 14 days to take the skills test following the initial issuance of a commercial learner's permit. So if you remove the 14-day wait, I guess what, you can get your permit today and take the test tomorrow? And lastly, requiring third-party knowledge examiners to be subject to the training, certification, and record check standards currently applicable to state knowledge examiners. Now, this proposal was prompted by petitions from the American Trucking Association and the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. To me, it all sounds like making it easier for newbies to get behind the wheel. What's your take? Increased flexibility in the CDL process. FMCSA said that the entry-level driver training rule that took effect in February of 22, all states now can be assured that the out-of-state applicant has completed the minimum required training. The notice of proposed rulemaking by proposing to allow states discretion to provide skills testing to out-of-state applicants, regardless of the state in which the training was obtained may allow applicants to obtain a CDL sooner by scheduling the skills test in a state with shorter waiting times. They're proposing to remove the rule that a qualified CDL holder must be in the passenger seat for permit holders who've passed the skills test but haven't picked up the license from their home state. There have been several trucking companies already that have been granted that exemption by the FMCSA. They say because these drivers have already met the requirements for a CDL but have yet to pick up the document from their state of domicile, their safety performance would be the same as a newly credentialed CDL holder. Additionally, having a CDL driver accompany the permit holder who has successfully passed all the required skills testing and prerequisites provides some additional supervision that's otherwise not required for a newly credentialed CDL driver in physical possession of the document. Now, they didn't give a date when the proposal is going to be published, but it's expected to be unveiled here in the coming days. There you go. It's 844 or 844-3388. See who we got on board here. Let's see. Is it Peter? I'm not sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How are you today, sir?
Doing well. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Hey, I guess they found the criminals in D.C. found another way to fix that driver shortage, huh?
Yes, sir. To make it easier and easier.
Unbelievable. Did you hear those state troopers up in Massachusetts just got busted for taking gifts to hand out CDL licenses?
Yeah, I touched on that last evening. I think in the third or fourth hour. I mean, but the fact that we're talking like 50, 60-year-old troopers and whatnot. One was a sergeant. Water. Bottled water and sweet tea, and I think he got a $10,000 driveway replacement and a $2,000 snowblower.
Yes.
But what the hell?
Another guy that had a snowblower.
Yeah,
that must be nice, man. Must be nice. Hey, did you see that? I'm not sure if it was Overdrive or Freightways. Actually, we're talking about how they gave the UPS drivers $170,000. Now they want to lay off $12,000 because the labor is going to cost them too much.
That was
all the freight's starting to dry up.
First thing I thought when I saw that. They just got the big contract. It was a big win, but now
Yeah.
You think the two go hand in hand? 12,000 drivers. That's. I think they said it's going to.
Wonder why we have a trucker shortage.
I think they said it was going to save them. I believe it was $1 billion per year.
Yeah.
By eliminating
it's scary,
those.
Man. It's scary. It is scary out here. The sad part about that is all these new drivers are going to get paid for the same rate. All these guys that have been out here 20 years and 15 years, everybody's going to get paid the same. I just don't see how they justify that.
Mm-hmm.
And to keep the senior drivers happy, and it just a vicious cycle.
No doubt.
I was just going to say about that convoy. I was listening to Alex Jones over there at InfoWars today. They had that gentleman Doc that I guess is I'm not sure if he's in charge of the Take Back America, that convoy that they're having.
Right.
So I guess supposedly they're meeting at some brewery, I guess, before they go down to the border because they don't want provocateurs or people that ain't supposed want to cause trouble. I guess they're meeting up, and then I guess once they meet up there, I guess they're gonna make a decision. I guess supposedly they don't want to make a big deal and tell their plans, what they want to do. So I guess we'll see what happens. I just I pray for those guys they don't get into trouble because I have friends that January 6th kind of still getting locked up, man, and it's just it's a sad situation.
Yes, it is. Well, Peter, I believe you are a first-time caller. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir. Well, I've been listening to you long. You still drive that Firehawk of yours?
No, got rid of the Fire Chicken. That's been several years ago. I guess it's been about 5 years ago. Transmission bit the dust, and I had to let it go. That was my midlife crisis car,
Yeah, 10-4 on that, sir. 10-4 on that.
Yeah.
Well, sir, I'm gonna let somebody else get on here.
I got your number here. I got your phone number here to get you a $60 Hot Shot secret code. There, are you using the Hot Shot secret products?
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm a pretty every other oil change. I usually throw a bottle of the Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction Eliminator, excellent. Yes,
between oil changes. Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm pretty religious when it comes to my oil changes, man. I drive one of those older Peterbilts, so I don't have one of these fancy computer trucks, and center this and center that. I still like the old school guy.
All right. Well, hey, it's great to hear from you, Peter. Don't be a stranger now, if you don't mind.
Sir.
All right, and we'll get
that.
Oh,
heck no, sir.
All right,
we're out here every night listening to you. So,
all right, first time caller. Good to hear from you. All right, looking at the clock here. We got a couple of minutes. We'll get to news break. Vic's going to be checking in. Eagle will jump back on board earlier, I think, out of the box. I mean, Punxsutawney Phil will be popping his head out Friday morning. Groundhog Day, right? AccuWeather wants to get a jump on the rodent, I guess. In like a lion, out like a lamb. The phrase synonymous with March. And it will be accurate for at least part of the United States this year as meteorological spring gets underway, March, April, May. It could come in like a lion in the east. Yeah, we may have a pretty stormy pattern for the late February to the start of March. But warning, it won't be the case across the entire country. The AccuWeather long-term prognosticators say they've got the scoop on Punxsutawney Phil, who on February 2nd, yes, tomorrow, will make the call on whether there will be an early spring or 6 more weeks of winter. Spring-like weather could be late to arrive in more than a dozen states across the southern U.S., while an early end to winter is possible in regions of the northern tier. Kind of the opposite of what logic would call meteorological spring. Kicks off Friday, March 1. Now, astronomical spring begins on the equinox, which would be 11:06 p.m. Eastern on the 19th of March. When can folks safely stow away the shovels? Will severe weather be hyperactive in Tornado Alley this year? And how long will El Nino continue? They kind of break down the answers region by region with their 2024 spring forecast. But, all right, we'll break some of that down little by little as we roll on here into a Thursday morning. It is the first day of February, though. As time just keeps on clicking. Awful fast. Okay, news break time. It is 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. I'm Steve Summers, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Senator Lindsey Graham advocating for a change in the law that shields social media companies from lawsuits. Group of senators questioning tech CEOs about the issue of sexual exploitation of children. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg testified that much has been done.
Over the last 8 years, we've built more than 30 different tools, resources, and features that parents can set time limits for their teens using our apps, see who they're following, or if they report someone for bullying.
Graham expressed dissatisfaction with providing blanket liability protection to social media companies. Continued Iranian-backed attacks against U.S. and British warships in the Red Sea are likely. Houthi militants in Yemen, stating their opposition to perceived aggression by the U.S. and Britain, have expressed their intention to continue with the attacks. Former President Trump is considering hiring a new lawyer to appeal the verdict in the E. Jean Carroll defamation case. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I mentioned my son got me the Snow Joe, it's called. A Snow Joe is like it's not a snow blower, but a snow brush kind of thing that got that for me for Christmas. And I have used it one time. One time. Thus far this winter. Now, I know it's only February 1st. There's always a likelihood we can use it in February, March, and on occasions, even April. You never know. But according to AccuWeather, maybe some spring snow to precede some surging warmth. The snow drought finally came to an end in the big cities along the 95 corridor after more than 700 days without an inch of accumulating snow. There will be more chances for snow as spring gets underway. The window of opportunity for snowstorms in the east remains open through the first half of March. Now, this is February 1. So the chance for plowable snow and maybe a boost to ski resorts in the region. Afterwards, the weather pattern's going to flip and the risk of significant snow will diminish for most of the East Coast. We'll actually see a warm-up in the second half of March across the eastern U.S. Could be some additional chances for snow across the interior Northeast, maybe in April, but the odds for any meaningful accumulation from New York to Philly to D.C. were very low after mid-March. The stormy pattern will not let up despite the surge in temperatures, though. The abundance of rainfall in April could bog down parts of the eastern U.S., especially across the southeast, where drought conditions have been improving throughout that region during the winter months. Springtime rainstorms will have the potential to bring flooding from the Gulf Coast through the mid-Atlantic. Charlotte to Raleigh, North Carolina, Orlando and Tallahassee, Atlanta to Richmond, Virginia. Frequent rainfall in the southeast could also limit temperatures, meaning a slower transition from winter to spring-like conditions. I know that's very it's hard for these guys to predict what's going to happen. Well, once you get more than 48 to 72 hours out, and oftentimes you say, how are you trying to tell us what's going to happen 2 to 3 months away? So I kind of take it with a grain of salt, but I don't know. They've got their models and their historical, all the data they go through. Vic, checking in. What's going on this morning, Vic?
Good morning, Steve. Well, you were just mentioning about the weather. I kind of got eye fatigue just looking up all the different water levels around the world, because the backside of El Nino usually leads to heavy rainfall and then to La Nina. So the long-term cycles in some ways are better to predict than that. But it looks like our reservoirs are starting to fill up and our rivers are becoming more navigable, and maybe even some of it will reach the Panama Canal there. But that I could go on forever about that. That really wasn't what I was calling up about. What I was calling up about was this deal with Ukraine and Washington, D.C. And in Washington, D.C., the president is actually in charge of the National Guard. Of course, he delegates the authority down the chain. And it just struck me, is Joe Biden going to convene a thing to say that with the crime actually out of control in Washington, D.C., will the Congress take back over control of Washington, D.C., which they can? They delegated the authority to the, what do you want to call it, the city structure, the mayor, city council, and all that. But the Congress actually is the one that has the authority to run Washington, D.C., and will Joe Biden call out the National Guard? Because at some point, I guess, with the carjackings and everything else, they're going to have to increase security. But I think there's even been a couple of Congress people that have been assaulted in one way or another. And that's not very good optics either. They worry about the optics of having the National Guard patrolling Washington, D.C. Having a national capital basically being, what do I want to say, an unacceptable crime situation.
Right.
That's not very good optics either. So I'm just curious if any of the candidates are saying, what they're going to do to control the violence in Washington, D.C., because they can't control the Washington, D.C. violence. That doesn't bode well for the rest of the country.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can't get your own little city under control.
Right. So, like I say, that doesn't bode well. And the other thing, too, is, did you see where Zelensky from Ukraine replaced his top commander there in Ukraine?
Yes.
Because there has been no strategy there. And I think it was, who was it, Lone Ranger, was talking about all that corruption going on. Some woman stole a lot of money from the army, and whenever the people were in Ukraine, I was living in an apartment at the time in Indiana, but the apartment manager's husband was actually with the Kentucky National Guard combat engineers. And they got some trouble because I guess some of the stuff they were ordering for Afghanistan somehow got redirected to his engineering firm in Kentucky. So, that stuff goes on all the time. And why controls weren't in place as to what we were sending to Ukraine still amazes me. But on that line, I got thinking today when they were talking about all that, not all of that money for Ukraine, was going to fight the war. It was going to keep certain people in place in Ukraine. And I thought, well, is this kind of a backhanded payoff from Biden to the people in Ukraine? Because he wants to make sure certain people stay in administrative positions in Ukraine. So I would imagine most people are looking at the weaponry we sending them. Maybe we need to start taking a longer, harder look at the people that are in control in Ukraine, because I know there in Afghanistan, I forgot the guy's name, but remember they stole billions, that from the United States that was supposed to be going to fight the war. And they've never identified where all of that went. So, those are just some things that need to be taken a hard look at. And then the other issue that I want to turn on is, talk on is, you were talking about the deal there in New York City. And if you look at that Immigration and Nationality Act, those people that were here in this country that did that, if they commit a crime, they've automatically given up their right to apply for citizenship. So if they haven't received their citizenship papers yet, I'm not saying this is the way it's supposed to go. This is the way it's supposed to go. I'm not saying this is the way it will go.
Yeah.
But automatically, they should have been expelled from this country in complicity with whatever country they're from, their State Department, their, whatever you call it, their embassies or whatever. They should have been brought in on this. And America should have said, these people have violated our laws and they're being deported back to your country and the whatever country they came from. We should have coordinated with that.
So you've got 7 individuals, which the prosecutor said all 7 are charged with felonies that could be up to 7 years in prison. They're asylum seekers. That means they're illegals. They are automatically ineligible for asylum. They just came into this country and committed a damn felony.
Right. And that's one of the codes. I don't know what it is, but it very plainly states that if you're an asylum seeker and you commit any offense, you vote in an election you're not supposed to, I don't know, there's a whole bunch of stuff there in that. But it's all spelled out right there. So those people should just automatically be gone. And I don't even know why they're having the luxury of being prosecuted under a state crime. But I guess that's their decision, or a city crime, whichever it is. But quite simply, they should be gone back to their home country, and preferably you don't fly them back. You fly them to the farthest port you can and put them on a ship, and you take as much time as you can to carry them back down there. So that's just my thought on the situation. But the other thing, too, that I was going to comment on is they talk about this Michelle Obama thing. I mean, number one, she's dead in the water. You remember that Share the Wealth, and, Joe the Plumber and all that stuff? How is she going to justify her and Barack with 3 houses, living in the lap of luxury and making all kinds of money? Do you know any charities they've donated to, or any other people they've helped out, or did they pay off that poor woman's house and her car and all that stuff? I mean, man, if the Republicans can't make mincemeat of her, that the Republican Party is in sad shape. And what they're doing, I think they realize Joe Biden is a problem, and they're just floating all these trial balloons, hoping to see if they can find a weak point and a candidate they can run.
Okay.
Because I don't care what candidate they choose, they are going to, the candidate is going to make abortion the issue. And the Republicans are ill prepared to answer that. And then to just go back to the Roe v. Wade thing, the circumstances then are vastly different than what they are now. When Roe v. Wade passed, it was illegal for a pharmacist to dispense birth control pills to a single woman. They had to be married. That is not the case now. Planned Parenthood is handing out birth control pills like candy. And there are other issues, and actually the Texas State Supreme Court had ruled the Texas abortion law was unconstitutional before the United States Supreme Court did. And that whole thing of Roe v. Wade, the reason that is called Wade, he was the prosecutor in that district of where the woman wanted the abortion. And him and a doctor had been at odds. And Wade was actually after the doctor because the doctor, under existing Texas law at that time, could perform an abortion if there were physical issues or any sort of these extenuating circumstances. And I don't know why the Republican Party just didn't say, look, this is a situation, you know, in 73, this is the situation now. And the Supreme Court made a mistake because they said certain things were right. Then the Supreme Court reversed that, and they did not make abortion illegal in this country. They made abortion on demand for any purpose illegal, and they said they sent it back to the states. And they should just say it is a state issue, and it really is not a national issue. And I think some of the states kind of went overboard on this, you know, no abortion under any circumstances whatsoever. And that just is not going to fly because for years there has always been extenuating circumstances, you know,
Correct.
Complications of one sort or another. So, and that, you know, I don't know if it was your show or another one where somebody must have been a local issue that somebody had left a baby behind a dumpster or something. And, you know, I don't know why somebody would do that because I don't know about Ohio, but I don't. Here in Indiana, they have that deal to where that if anyone has an unwanted baby, they can just go to what they call these baby boxes at bar stations and one thing and another, no questions asked. So, you know, somebody that would do that to a little baby has serious mental issues because there are other people that would gladly adopt the baby or there's no reason to murder a baby because if you're going to leave it outside the exposure, that's what's going to happen. So anyway, that was about all I had. I just wanted to make the point that, you know, under current law, those people beat up on those New York cops that are out of here. And the other thing, there is one thing that just occurred to me. The guy in charge of that convoy, I guess he was a doctor and a lieutenant colonel in a special forces unit. I don't know what that was, but so he had probably seen a whole lot of things that have went on in these various countries where, you know, we have went to, and he maybe, I don't know if it was just happenstance or what, but with this impeachment going on and him doing the convoy, that also doesn't provide very good optics either. So I don't know if he had coordinated that with the impeachment thing or it just happened, but it does look like he is trying to make sure he doesn't get that the convoy doesn't get people in there that shouldn't be there, like your one caller was talking about. And I think they have already kicked some people out of the convoy. So, and the other thing, I know I said I was going to stop. Sorry about that. But you're talking about the CDLs. You remember a lot of those laws were passed because you remember the scam in Tennessee and in Illinois about, you know, that's why those laws were passed. And now we're going to go back to what they were before those scams happened. So anyway, this time I really will get off speak. So Hey, good morning there.
All
Have
right.
a good day.
Have a great day. There you go, Vic. That's covered a lot of base. 10 before the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I mentioned the CPAP, which millions and millions of Americans diagnosed with obstructive sleep apnea. Many truck drivers, it's been a hot topic for many, many years. Following the recall of millions of breathing machines dating back to mid-2021, Philips Respironics announced Monday that they will halt sales of all such machines in the United States. The machines include continuous positive airway pressure CPAP devices used for sleep apnea, as well as ventilators used by other patients. Starting back in 21, defective CPAP machines emitting bits of foam and potentially toxic gases back into the user's airways, recall. At the time, they initiated a recall of devices June of 21. They put a pause on sales of new machines to U.S. customers at that point. After that, they published data from follow-up testing that said it showed the devices were not expected to result in appreciable harm to health in patients. Further testing was ongoing. However, the Food and Drug Administration questioned the validity of those claims, said they're unpersuasive. Now, although the 21 recall affected about 15 million devices manufactured all the way back since 2006, over 5 million more were purchased or thought to still be in use, still be in use by the year 2021. Many thousands of patients and their families who used the breathing machines have now sued Philips, blaming the faulty devices for a wide range of ailments, including fatal lung cancers. According to the Times, last September, they reached a $479 million settlement with patients meant only to cover the cost of repairing and replacing machines. Separate litigation over illnesses and related medical costs is still working its way through the courts, which who knows what those numbers might be. But under the agreement reached Monday with the FDA, Philips is obliged to meet a list of standards before it might resume sales in the United States. They do pledge to repair and service any devices that are already or still in use in the U.S. But they did say sales of the devices in other countries would continue, which that's kind of odd, but okay, a couple minutes before we hit that news break there, what do we have? Electric vehicles under an overcast sky. Last fall, engineers with the University of Nebraska road safety facility. They wanted to do some testing. They watched as an electric-powered pickup truck hurtled toward a guardrail installed on the facility's test ground on the edge of the local municipal airport. The test was to see how the standard guardrails that we find along tens of thousands of miles of highways and roadways in this country would hold up against electric vehicles that can weigh thousands of pounds more than the average gas-powered sedan. Well, it came as little surprise that the nearly 4-ton, it was a 2022 model Rivian R1T, tore through the metal guardrail, hardly slowed it down, until then hitting a concrete barrier yards away on the other side. They say, we knew it was going to be extremely demanding test for the roadside safety system. This system was not made to handle vehicles greater than 5,000 pounds. Now, they released the results of the crash test yesterday. The concern comes as the rising popularity of electric vehicles has led transportation officials to sound the alarm over the weight disparity of the new battery-powered vehicles and the lighter gas-powered ones. Last year, the National Transportation Safety Board actually expressed concerns about the safety risk heavy electric vehicles pose if they collide with lighter vehicles. Safety officials and organizations say the electric vehicles themselves do appear to offer superior protection to the occupants inside, even if they might prove dangerous to the occupants of the other vehicle. It kind of goes back to the old days of when we started coming out with the newer. We were getting away from the gas coolers, right? Did you want to have a head-on collision with that old 1977 heavy-duty vehicle versus your new little Honda vehicle? Who's going to win in that battle? That's kind of what it's coming to now with electric vehicles versus the lighter standard vehicles we're driving, most of us, today. But we've got our final hour coming up after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. House Republicans voted to advance their impeachment articles against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Fox News asked Steve Scalise, a Republican from Louisiana and the House Majority Leader, if there was truly an impeachment offense or was it a Biden policy disagreement.
Well, first of all, Secretary Mayorkas' job is to protect America's homeland. He's the Homeland Security Secretary. And when 8 million people have come across our border illegally, including people on the terrorist watch list, he has failed miserably at his job.
The controversial move would make Mayorkas the first cabinet secretary to be impeached in nearly 150 years. President Joe Biden said he has decided how the U.S. is going to respond to the drone attack on a U.S. base in Jordan by Iran-backed militants that killed 3 American soldiers. When asked if he thought this retaliation would stop Iran-backed groups from attacking the U.S., Biden simply responded, "We'll see." A U.S. official said that the response to the drone attack will be carried out over several days. California is about to get hit by the Pineapple Express. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says that 2 atmospheric river storms out of the tropics will head toward the coastal state, bringing massive amounts of rain, snow, and powerful winds. Starting today, the first storm will bring California several inches of rain, along with 35-mile-an-hour winds. Not too bad. But by Sunday, a second storm will bring colder weather, significant snowfall, and very heavy rain with winds up to 70 miles per hour. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Broadway legend and Latina actress Chita Rivera has died. She was 91. Her daughter, Lisa Mordente, said her mother died peacefully in New York City after a brief illness. Rivera trained as a ballerina from a young age and went on to study at the School of American Ballet before heading to Broadway. Rivera, a singer, actress, and dancer, best known for her appearance in West Side Story, was nominated 10 times for Tony Awards and won twice. Las Vegas saying goodbye to a piece of history. The Tropicana Las Vegas opened in 1957, but it's about to close its doors forever and get demolished to make room for a $1.5 million Major League ballpark that will be home to the relocating Oakland Athletics. Oregon leaders calling for a 90-day state of emergency in downtown Portland over the city's fentanyl crisis. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek, Multnomah County Chair Jessica Vega Peterson, and Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler each made an emergency declaration citing overdoses, deaths, and fear driven by fentanyl use. Fentanyl deaths have risen significantly since 2020 in the city when voters decriminalized hard drugs by passing Measure 110. Opioid overdose deaths in the state increased from 280 in 2019 to 956 in 2022. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, would you look at the clock there? One more hour here on a Thursday morning as we turn the page on the calendar and rip off January. It is February 1. Yeah, I've heard in the news breaks several times tonight. Well, let's start this hour with a look at the brilliant leadership we have in this country. Starting with the big guy, the man in charge, Joe Biden himself. Did you catch the response when asked by reporters? First of all, we've got 3 dead soldiers, Iranian proxies. He announced he's made the decision of how we're going to respond. We're awaiting that. And once we do respond, whenever the hell that is, do you believe that will prevent them? Will that be enough for Iran to stop? Will they stop these proxy groups? His response was, we'll see. Now, if the previous bad man, Mr. Orange Hair, what do you think Trump's response to that question would be? He wouldn't have said, we'll see. He would have said something along the lines, if it doesn't, if we have one more American soldier that is killed, we will make sure 100 Houthi proxies are dead. Or should it be 1,000? It damn sure better stop it. If it don't, you will pay dire consequences. Talk about a limp-wristed response. We'll see. I don't know. It might not. I don't know. And then we take you to our brilliant press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, the mumbling, stumbling, bumbling idiot that is supposed to be the voice of this administration, who actually, speaking to the American people, says these soldiers that died were fighting for this administration. Did you catch that? They're not fighting for this administration. Yeah, they're fighting for the United States of America. But let me take a listen to Karine and her stumbling and bumbling and the response from a military wife who gave it to her quite clearly.
Go out, and our heartfelt condolences go out to the families who lost three folks who are military folks, who are brave, who are always fighting, who are fighting on behalf of this administration.
Hi, Karine, military wife here. Just so you know, the United States military does not fight on behalf of your administration. Doesn't fight on behalf of any administration. The United States military fights on behalf of the United States and the United States Constitution. The 3 U.S. soldiers who were killed in Jordan over the weekend and the 34 others who were injured were there defending the freedom and liberty of Americans. This is what happens when you hire a black lesbian simply because she's a black lesbian and not because she's any good at her job. It should be illegal to be this incompetent. 3 U.S. soldiers are dead. And the most this woman has to offer is to mumble some incoherent sounds like a stroke victim. Now, maybe if we had a president who knew his head from a hole in the wall, whose fortitude on the world stage was stronger than a wet spaghetti noodle, we wouldn't have dead soldiers and a press secretary who has all the intellectual capacity of a bean sprout.
That about sums it up. She could have used different language, but I wouldn't have been able to air it if she said probably what she wanted to say. But that's what we've got. That is our fearless leadership. A president who says, it might work. We'll see. And a press secretary who can't put three words together coherently, but I don't know. What do you think? Gilligan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I tell you what, it's just amazing how bad this administration is. Where do they get that these soldiers, I served myself, was fighting for the administration, serving the administration. That sounds something straight out of Nazi Germany or damn Soviet Union. I don't get it. Serve the state, you know. But that's the mentality.
That's
what
we
they
got.
Think, oh, you are here to serve us. No, politicians, you got to remember, you work for us. It's not the other way around. And until they learn that, we're going to have a lot of trouble. We're just going to get worse and worse. Unfortunately, the politicians have gotten this idea that we work for them. No, it's not. It was never meant to be that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but wasn't that a firm, fearless, authoritative response from Joe Biden to simply say, "Yeah, we'll see." I bet that scared the hell out of Iran.
I bet you they were shaking in their boots,
right?
Laughing at him while they were shaking. You know, I mean, that's because they were shaking because they were laughing at him. And you know, our enemies celebrated when Biden was declared the winner of the last election. They sure as hell did not want Trump to stay on another 4 years because they knew Trump, if they went after us, there was going to be hell to pay. Let's face it, you know, it's crazy. But anyway, we're pretty much the listening audience. Your audience really understands that. A lot of us, at least.
Yeah.
He's talking about there's 7 guys that attacked that police officer up there in New York. You know, it's a crying shame the way things have changed. Now, I'm going to go back soon after September 11th. I can't remember the exact year, but it was about 06 or 07, somewhere in there. Well, soon after, but, you know, they passed a law that if you had convicted of a felony and you was an immigrant, a legal immigrant, you would be deported. Now, I knew a man, he was a yard jockey at the Hood plant my wife works at. Of course, we'd never met yet. Then we met in 13. That was a German immigrant. His family brought him over when he was 8 years old. I can't remember the gentleman's last name. His first name was Rolf. I knew him, not well, but I knew him. Unfortunately, when he was 19 years old, he got to hanging with some bad people and killed somebody. Now, I'm not saying that Rolf didn't, and what he done was a horrible crime. Don't get me wrong. He spent his 20 years in prison, got out, and when he was 39 years old, if I'm not mistaken, Rolf was 56 years old, and 17 years out of prison, exemplary citizen, hadn't even got as much as a traffic ticket. The man just totally turned his life around. And you've known people to do that, I'm sure, as well as I have. The people, they learned their lesson, and when they clean their act up. You know, he was one of them. And what did they do? When they passed that law, it took them a little while to get to him because I guess it was the time, how long it'd been. But they literally deported him back to Germany. Rolf hadn't been to Germany in 48 years. He didn't even speak German. He didn't know what he was going to do. You know, it's just a crying shame that how strict it's been on some people, and now hell, it's, you know, whoever wants in can get in. It don't matter if they're terrorists, they're hardened criminals, or whatever. I just don't get it. Yeah. Gosh, sorry, Steve. I do have to say
sounds
one
like
other thing.
you need one of Heat Wave's adult. I'm sorry, Right Wing Nuts adult beverages.
Yeah, that might work. Charlie's been hitting that a little bit. So, but by the way, we got a new thing at GMA and B Enterprises. We're going to celebrate our own Groundhog Day. Charlie is supposed to walk out of the skyscraper. If he sees his shadow, it's going to be 6 more weeks of winter. If he doesn't see his shadow, it'll be an early spring. But if he sees 2 shadows because he's drunk, it'll be twice as bad. So there, that's going to be our prediction. Charlie's going to walk out of the GMA and B Enterprises skyscraper and see if he can see his shadow or not. So I think he'll be able to give a prediction tomorrow night. So he's scheduled. I hope I can sober him up. He's been hitting that cough medicine pretty hard. So I thank you for taking my call, Steve, and I hope everybody has a safe night.
All right, Gilligan, have a good morning. Let me see. Pappy responding to Eagle's question a bit earlier. If you assault a police officer in Ohio, it is a felony. If the officer is injured, it's a higher degree of felony, at least in this county. There is no way a judge would give an OR bond, own recognizance, I guess that is. In a far left liberal county, that's a badge of honor. They get a pat on the back as a release from jail, just the way it is. And I nominate Eagle for the big cookie tonight on his first call. Eagle was flying high. Thank you very much. All right. Would this be Rob, I believe? Morning.
Yeah. Hi, Steve. My name is Rob, and you see me as Roki on your show, which is a longer form of my initials.
Okay.
I've been listening going back to your father, and the reason for listening, I worked with large-scale computer systems, commonly called mainframes. We took those down during the wee hours to work on them. So with my drive to the data center from Waynesville, Ohio to Cincinnati, Ohio, I listened to WLW.
Uh-huh.
Now that every day is a vacation day, I start my day with you and your listeners, and I really enjoy that. I do hope this show grows to support a weekend and fill-in host. Now, the reason for my call, there is a convoy being reported as named Take Our Border Back, website takeourborderback.com.
Mm-hmm.
The convoy has 3 groups. Convoy 1, Virginia to Eagle Pass, Texas. Convoy 2, Texas to Yuma, Arizona, that is. And Convoy 3, California, also to Yuma, Arizona. On X, there's varying reports of the convoy size from a few hundred to several thousand. I'm curious to know if your listeners have seen it or if any are in the convoy.
I am not aware of and have not spoke to anyone that's actually participating in the convoy. Timothy, earlier in the program, said it rolled, I guess the one that rolled into, something Springs in Texas. They said had about 100 vehicles there. And I saw a video posted on TikTok where they were rolling in, I think it was a little after 11 o'clock Central Time, so a little after midnight this morning at I think it looks like they were at a Love's location somewhere in Texas. It didn't look like there was all that many participants, but it's supposed to continue growing. I don't know. It ain't no way in hell they're going to get the 500,000 that they were talking about, but well, I guess we'll just wait and see how many join in.
Well, this is the border meetup weekend. It's supposed to conclude this Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I like to add, I posted earlier about vaping, what I found online, how people are doing that with fentanyl. And after you posted that, you thought injection was more quicker. And I went out and looked that up, and the National Health Institute says the 3 quickest ways to get a drug into your system is by smoking, injection, and drinking.
Okay.
So I was kind of surprised about vaping being ahead of injection, but it was. And with that, I'll conclude my call, and I'd like to thank you for taking it, and you have a good day.
And Roki, I've got your number here as a first-time caller, and been listening for a long time like so many others, and I appreciate you chiming in via the Facebook page here and there. We're going to get you a Hot Shot secret code, my friend.
I don't, Steve. I already have all the Hot Shot secret products I bought, and the purchases were all directly related to you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Rob.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, have a great morning.
Steve.
You got it. Okay. I appreciate that. Scrapyard. What's happening this morning? Been a while. How we been?
That's fair to Midland, just out here making a dash for the cash and hope it don't crash. Reason it's called action report out there on I-30 in the meat grinder. Westbound side, they closing it down. You got a detour off at the 114. It goes to that intersection. They close Highway 229, 67 down under there. So you will not be able to, if you're coming down 67, you will not be able to get to the westbound side. If you're coming from, say, Haskell area down in through there, any point south along 229 or 67, you will not be able to get to the westbound side. They close underneath the bridge there, and numerous potholes blowing up due to a bad mix of concrete that they had been using, not the proper ratio. When we had that cold snap, windshields for a period got down to negative 24 and super chilled the slab. And then we started getting warm temperatures, and they couldn't take the stress, and it just started blowing out good butterball-sized turkeys, chunks of roadbed clean out. And so, yeah, it's gotten pretty damn rough here in Arkansas. We even had over, which I sent you a picture of, 440 over in Arkansas. Some people, I think it was in a construction van, they hit a section which collapsed on the elevated sections of 440 and with the river below, and blew the slab clear out. The only thing kept them on the road was the woven rebar.
I saw that post. I saw that photo. Yeah, and I think it was Knucklebuster that forwarded that picture to me as well. I mean, yeah, if somebody hit that, you're about to go. You talk about going through. That's.
Yeah, that time out here right now on I-40, and just went past Morgan Mall Mill over to pick up 430 and run on across. But yeah, it's been just a horrible mess on I-30 east and westbound through the meat grinder. People hitting those big chug holes and passenger cars, whatever, and going airborne.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been a pretty rough road to hoe, and that company that did all that is in serious trouble. The governor's office the state tried to get a very reputable company that's in my area out there to undertake take it over, and their people looked it over, told the state it's going to cost an extra $14 million if they take it over, to straighten it out, rip out everything that's just not the code or spec, and completely out of kilter and out of place.
Wow!
And the state didn't go for it. They priced them an extra $14 million, and it's like, give them the damn money, give them the money.
I thought when you were doing these kind of projects and whatnot, they're supposed to have inspectors that make sure it's up to snuff, right? Things are supposed to be correct, but all right, looking at 24 past the hour. Be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got the news break coming up here just ahead, after which we'll get back with your calls at 844-844-3388. Real quickly, we're talking about the existing guardrails. The metal, the steel, whatever they're made out of. The steel guardrails that we rely on around much of the country to keep you going up over the ravine and whatnot. And the heavier electric vehicles. The rest of the story was the results they released yesterday. Concerns about the safety risk. Road safety officials say the electric vehicles themselves appear to offer better protection to the occupants. The Rivian truck that was tested in Nebraska had almost no damage to the interior of the cab after ultimately slamming into the concrete barrier. But the entire purpose of the guardrails is to help vehicles from leaving the roadway, according to the executive director of the nonprofit Center for Auto Safety. Guardrails are intended to keep cars from careening off the road at critical areas, over bridges and waterways, near the edges of cliffs and ravines, over rocky terrain. Obviously, where injury and death in an off-the-road crash is much more likely. Guardrails are kind of a safety feature of last resort, but I think what you're seeing here is the real concern with electric vehicles is the weight. There's a lot of new vehicles in this larger size range coming out in the 7,000-pound range. And again, if you forgot earlier, these guardrails typically were designed to handle a vehicle nothing more than 5,000 pounds. So these new vehicles, and if you're at the 7,000 pound, you're way over the limit of doing the intended purpose of preventing you from going over the cliff. With that, okay, we'll get our news break. It is 844-844-3388. Thanks so much for being with us. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Senator Lindsey Graham advocating for a change in the law that shields social media companies from lawsuits. Group of senators questioning tech CEOs about the issue of sexual exploitation of children. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg testified that much has been done.
Over the last 8 years, we've built more than 30 different tools, resources, and features that parents can set time limits for their teens using our apps, see who they're following, or if they report someone for bullying.
Graham expressed dissatisfaction with providing blanket liability protection to social media companies. Continued Iranian-backed attacks against U.S. and British warships in the Red Sea are likely. Houthi militants in Yemen, stating their opposition to perceived aggression by the U.S. and Britain, have expressed their intention to continue with the attacks. Former President Trump is considering hiring a new lawyer to appeal the verdict in the E. Jean Carroll defamation case. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, so back at it here. Let's get right back to the phones. There he is. Good morning, Hippopotamus.
Yeah. Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, good show you've had tonight there. Been in and out there. Schedule's all screwed up there being the first of the month. You can't do anything early. You can't do today's work back yesterday because of the allocations and the first of the month and all that. So you got to wait for midnight. So the schedule's all off here a few hours. But been listening in. And so one thing you mentioned there about our fearless leader that, you said he's going to that East Palestine, Ohio for the first time in, since this whole train derailment just shy of a year ago, other than the fact he flew over one time. You said that he flew over one time, Your Honor.
He was on his way to another campaign, or not a promotional stop, talking about Bidenomics. He just flew right over, yeah.
Yeah, well, now, doesn't our fearless leader, doesn't he fly in something? Now, it used to be at 747, and I think they've increased in size, so I don't know if it's a 767 or a 777 or a 790, whatever.
Right.
It might as well be the B-2 bomber, Your Honor. When he does a flyover, he didn't come down to be within 500 feet. He was probably at about 60, 70,000 feet up there in the air when he flew over, because they don't fly at the commercial airspace. That plane still flies, at military, up in the military zone, the free air. They didn't do a flyover like Tom Cruise did in Top Gun there, going. So yeah, he may have flew over, but he was just as far away as being in Washington D.C. as he was over top of Palestine and Ohio, East Palestine. So and yeah, as far as the D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, and that it's rampant. I mean, you might as well just, if anybody even thinks about it, just say, yep, there it is, take it away. But the as far as the gangs and stuff go, and it's one of the reasons I don't go to Baltimore and we don't go to D.C. at this point, is that the MS-13, if you look right on most any street corner, there's gang activity pretty much every street corner down through there. So just kind of got to be streetwise and aware, and probably, I don't know, either carry a weapon or be with somebody else that does, that you can watch each other's back at the same time. But anyways, yeah, as far as the weather goes, we got like kind of an odd night here, Your Honor. We're right at the freezing mark or just under. Got some fog around, and especially where the rivers are. Rivers are putting out a lot of warm moisture mixing with the cold air, and we got a lot of roads there that they're claiming can have freezing bridges and ramps and overpasses. They're talking about icing up, but the river crossings, they're pretty foggy, and the I-95 corridor coming down through over the Susquehanna River there, coming south out of Delaware, down about the 93-mile marker. That fog was, I would say, probably about as close as thick as what it was that Saturday morning there a week or so ago there out on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge there, where we had the 43-car pileup, what was it, 13 injuries and 2 of them critical.
Mm-hmm.
But so yeah, kind of watch your P's and Q's, and it doesn't take too much to go from nice clear road to being in a little bit of fog to being in pretty thick fog here, as I say, anywhere there's that water issue. But anyway, I don't know what else we got going for you. I don't know. That's probably about it here. We're kind of running short on time, but glad we don't have them holes blowing in our roads here like they have down there in Arkansas. Boy, that sounds pretty treacherous down there, Your Honor. So anyways, I guess with that, we'll let you get on and see if you can find an intelligent caller there to fill in the rest of the show. And it's good to have a couple new callers come in there.
Absolutely.
Boy, I tell you.
First-time callers. Love it. Thank you very much. All right. Horse feathers. Have a great day. All right. Let's see. I think Chris wanted to chime in this morning, I believe. Is that Chris, correct?
Yes, sir. Steve, Vic brought up that case. He said single women weren't allowed to use birth control. that was actually, see, you know, Margaret Sanger actually financed the birth control pill, and it wasn't approved till 1960. And the law he's talking about, all these women brought that up when they overturned Roe versus Wade.
Mm-hmm.
But it was Griswold versus Connecticut. See, in 1879, Connecticut passed a law against contraception, and it included anything. It was a morality law. You weren't allowed to have literature, anything talking about birth control. See, they actually had an overpopulation movement back then, back in the 1800s. And they were practicing quackery, you know, and injuring people. And that's why they passed this law.
Yeah.
There wasn't a damn birth control. And Sanger cooked up this whole case. Nobody was refused birth control. And she talked some pharmacists into refusing a friend of hers birth control, and then she took it to the damn Supreme Court. And I know Clarence Thomas brought it up. And basically, I think he was saying that was a scam case because, you know, it was an obsolete law. They should have just struck it down in their legislature. But that's what that whole thing was about. And you know, nobody ever outlawed birth control. They didn't even invent the damn pill till 1960. But I just wanted to point that out because a lot of people think, oh, yeah, it was a morality thing. No, it didn't exist. That's why, you know, people don't realize that. But I did want to make a couple comments on the electric car, Steve.
Okay.
They've got one in China now. This BYD, they say they're a bigger electric car company than Tesla now. But what this guy has done, and Buffett's one of his big investors, he sells you a car without a battery, and then you lease the battery or something.
Really?
And his idea is you just pull your car in when the battery's dead, and instead of charging it up, they switch them out. I don't know what that'd take a hell of an infrastructure there.
I'm thinking the battery, I mean, with the weight of them and whatnot, it's not like somebody just, you know, grab a couple of handles, pull it out, and shove another one in like you do with your weed whacker. I don't know.
Tesla's got them built into the frame now.
Right.
So he could. I didn't know they were that damn heavy though. 7,000 pounds. That is heavy. But it doesn't solve the problem with the grid though. You still need that much power if everybody's going to be electric.
Yep, and the vehicles with the 7,000 pound. I mean, that's gross vehicle weight. I don't know how much is battery versus the rest of the vehicle, but obviously that there's what do you think the batteries weigh for these big trucks? I mean, the battery in a Tesla automobile, I think in like the big trucks, it's equivalent to like 6 of those battery packs in an automobile all packed into one to power a big truck. Meanwhile, 5-7. Morning, 5-7.
Yeah, I forgot to mention this. Did you hear the phone call that Biden made to one of the families that lost their child?
Have not heard any of that. I mean, I heard the news break that I guess he had spoken to the family members of the 3 fallen soldiers.
Yeah, I heard a phone call, and I don't want to nitpick because that's exactly what he's supposed to do, and that's a good thing. But he included that his son, he indicated that his son was lost his life in a battle situation, and I thought that was just, his son died of cancer.
Correct. His son served in the military, and you'd think by now they would have tried to drill that into his head that your son did not die on the battlefield. Your son, yes, he served in the military, but he died of cancer, Joe. You can't keep saying that.
Yep, and I do believe that Biden is just dying to make his son some kind of a warrior, you know, and he keeps, in his mind, keeps pushing it. But I just thought that was poor taste. Shoot, he should have called him and said, I'm looking forward to seeing you at Dover, Delaware, and I want you to come early so we can have 30 minutes of just a sit down with the families, and you guys can introduce me to your children and to how they grew up and who I'm going to meet out there on the tarmac. So, you know, and then, you know, I thought that it was just poor taste because, yeah, he keeps doing that. And hey, horse feathers. I'm one of the more intelligent callers. How about it?
Hey, wait a minute. That was incidental. What the hell?
It's incidental. Hey, I'll take any win I can get. How about it? 5-7, we down.
All right, thank you much. There you go. More intelligent caller. Hey, there's the big cookie guy this morning, I do believe. Hello, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still here. Looking at some video. I got a couple things to talk about, Steve. Before I get started, I want to thank Pappy for answering my question. I was hoping he would call in and maybe go into more detail about the situation with these police officers in New York City that got assaulted by these I don't even know what to call them.
Illegals. Right. Illegals.
Huh?
Illegals.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I can't say what I want to say on the radio, what I really want to call it. But yeah, like I said, it's really sad, Steve, that these guys are still on the loose right now. And like I said, the sad part about it, they shouldn't have been in the country to begin with. But yeah, maybe Pappy can call in tomorrow night and go into further detail. But yeah, I appreciate Pappy mentioning my name and tonight. Yeah, I appreciate that because he's, you know, I respect the police. I respect what he do. You know, his job is just as important as his truck drivers is. So, Pappy, you know, keep doing what you're doing and keep Cincinnati safe and keep them criminals. Hopefully, Steve, I forgot to ask you that question. As a matter of fact, have they been relocating any immigrants to Cincinnati? I forgot to ask you. Have you seen any immigrants around where you live at?
Someone, I think Big Ed brought that up the other night. I can't say that I directly notice them, but I mean, yeah, several people say that, yeah, I mean, if you pay attention when you go to the grocery store or to Walmart or whatever, there's a lot of foreigners. I mean, whether they're here legally or not, there's a lot of them.
Yeah. I was wondering if they had relocated them up there to Cincinnati, Ohio area. But yeah, Steve, I want to talk about this truck driving convoy right quick before I make one other comment about who was it? Michelle Obama. Yeah, Steve, from what I'm seeing on YouTube videos and other things on Facebook, this so-called trucker convoy is not as big as they thought it was going to be. It looks like there's more four-wheelers involved in it than there is trucks. They supposed to be in Texas now. They had go through Louisiana today, and I don't really like what I saw. You know, like I say, you know, company drivers like me, you know, we can't be involved in that, you know, because you're representing somebody's company, and you know they pay me to drive the truck, deliver loads. They don't pay me to be in no protest. But yeah, so I haven't seen too many trucks rolling down the internet. I mean, from the videos I've seen the last couple of days, you know, maybe they'll pick up some more truck drivers as they get down to Texas. But it looked to me like there's more RVs and pickup trucks with American flags on the back of them headed towards Eagle Pass. So, you know, it definitely ain't going to be no 700,000 trucks, 5 like they thought it was. I don't know what's going on with the one in Arizona and California they got going on. I haven't heard too much about those either. So we'll see how it turns out. Hopefully they'll have a decent turnout in the Eagle Pass and there won't be no trouble. That's the main thing. We don't need to get nobody in trouble that's trying to represent Donald Trump in America, because that's what these Democrats are looking for. But yeah, Steve, one other thing before I hang up with you, and that goes back again to this open border situation that we got, and the drugs and the crime and all these things coming back to haunt the U.S. Steve. And here's the sad part about it. You ain't seen nothing. I read something on my phone while you had me on hold. A guy was commenting about the video of this cop getting getting the hell kicked out of him. Somebody put on the comment. He said, if they treat police officers like that, what do you think they're going to try to do to the average, everyday American citizen?
Yeah.
If they don't respect the damn police, you know they're not going to respect no American, just the average, everyday American. So we got a bunch of people in the U.S. right now, Steve, that don't belong here, and they don't appreciate it. And now they're showing their true colors. You know, they were quiet for a while, but now here's what they better be worried about is who are these damn Chinese guys that's coming in? Who are these guys that's coming in from Iran, Iraq? These are the individuals that you better be concerned with, because now these people are starting to show their true colors. They've been telling these people that they are military-age individuals. They come into the U.S., they ain't got no bags with them, Steve. They ain't got no clothing. They ain't got no wife. They ain't got no kids. That don't sound like somebody that's coming to the U.S. looking for a better life, somebody that's coming here, a military-age guy with no bags, no clothes, no nothing. He just show up at the border. That sounds like somebody who got something else on his mind. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
And we all have the same questions, don't we? Yeah, military age, single males. That's the description. All right. We have. I guess we lost Monty there. Sorry about that, Monty. We had you coming up. Country Bumpkin, morning.
Good morning, sir. How y'all?
Well, I can't complain. Another week almost in the books. How's life treating you? Good to be with you.
Yeah, it's good to be seen. I was almost viewed, but the good Lord had other intentions for me.
That's what I mean.
So,
good to have you with us, Country Bumpkin.
Yes, sir. Well, I don't wake up too much at the hours that I used to when I was driving. You know, I don't wake up in the middle of the night so much anymore. But when I do, I try and get on here and give you a call. I sure and listen to your podcast, but I don't. I'm sleeping like a man should be instead of what I used to be. But I sure miss driving.
Sure,
I miss driving with passion. Boy, this country is going to hell in a handbasket.
You think?
Holy cow. I put some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. I been an avid reloader my whole life, load my own shells and stuff, and so I had got more components to what I'll use, and it's nothing illegal. And I put on there, I put on there 16 gauge shotgun wads, and I think that gun word triggered something, and they banned me off there completely.
For whatever reason, that doesn't really surprise me, Country Bumpkin.
No, gun word is what triggered it, but anything else, family's good. I've just been taking it one day at a time, slowly getting my strength back, and I went to the doctors this week for a PET scan, and them girls in there know me. I go in there and make them laugh, you know, and I went in there to get my PET scan, and I told them, I said, well, y'all ain't going to be able to do a PET scan today. And they said, why not? You're scheduled. I said, yeah, but I left my dog at home. And, oh, yeah, they got a chuckle out of that.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
But yeah, I've just been watching the news, and I never, ever thought I would see this country in the shape that it's in now. We don't get something better in there. I hate to see it be a civil thing. I don't want to mention too much on here, but
I got you. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, and whatever happened with Chris and his tire hog? Do you know anything about that?
I need to give Chris a call. I mean, the last time I spoke to him, it's probably been 6 or 8 weeks ago. But he made it sound like they've almost got it there ready, up to par. They had to send it back to the manufacturer to have some tweaks done or something, but. I need to get an update on that.
Yeah, well, it's another thing for Hot Shot Secrets. My daughter's got the same car her stepdad's got, and using Hot Shot Secrets in it, she's getting 6 to 8 more miles per gallon.
That's what we like to hear. Well, Country Bumpkin, thank you so much for checking in. Real quick, almost out of time, Monty, but thanks for dialing us back up. What's happening?
Yeah, Steve, my cell wanged out on me there. But anyway, so, I'm on this Unified Carrier Registration Plan, and I'm on the enforcement subcommittee, so I work alongside of some of these guys representing industry, but they're the other folks are enforcement people. And Illinois and Kansas, they've run across a human trafficking and they think a money laundering scheme, and it's mostly been perpetrated by the Russians and Ukrainians, and this with hot shots.
Mm-hmm.
And they catch these guys with hot shots. Most of them hauling cars, and a lot of them don't have any CDL. They don't have any authority. They're operating under out of service orders, all this type of stuff. And I mean, it is like when they first got onto it, they thought it was just kind of a, oddball thing here, but now they've uncovered where a lot of these guys are brought into the country, and then they said, okay, here's your job. You're going to drive this new Ford F-150, go to this place here, get the keys off the back tire, we'll send you dispatch on where to get your cars and stuff at, and they haul them like, say, Wisconsin to Texas or back and forth. But at any rate, all these guys tell the same story, because the companies are either listed out of 2 different places in Florida, but the drivers all live in an apartment in Washington State. I know this sounds far out, but this is absolutely the fact here. But these guys have to work off like a $5,000 or $6,000 debt for getting over here, and they wind up, like I said, they have this apartment on their driver's license. They also have like a Washington State driver's license.
Mm-hmm.
And the one guy told the one officer, he said, well, how often do you get home? And he goes, I've never seen the apartment.
Oh,
He
boy.
said, I've been told we have an apartment there. Yeah. But he said, I live out of the truck. And he said, I send my money back home to Ukraine.
Wow.
So there was one they caught yesterday, and you got to cut me off what I read. There was one they got yesterday. He was full-blooded Russian. He got into the country in 2022 through the southern border. Here we go. 100%. He was detained by ICE at the time, and I guess they finally had to let this guy go under this asylum seeker stuff, or whatever.
Yeah.
And I could give you story after story after story of what's going on. They basically decimated that part of the hotshot industry with the car hauling and stuff, because they've cut the rates and stuff down so bad on it. So,
wow.
It is unbelievable stuff, and
Well,
like I said,
if you're up and at 'em and you get a chance to maybe get in a little bit earlier, give us more details. I know you're not up all night on a nightly basis, but yeah, we do have to roll because time says it's time to go. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,